Faculty of the Department of Education, University of Shillong. He's a former Dean, School of Education, Northeastern University of Shillong. Department of July 2000. He is also the former head of the Department of Education. Also known area of interest and specialized area is teaching education. Teaching at the theory level, research methodology, higher education, educational psychology, to name a few. Has numerous occupations in the game, and teaching career is one of them. Just published, edited, and contributed immensely to publication in books, research chapters, and books. Covering areas quality issues, education in India, transforming education developments, the region of India, prominent women's education in India, especially the development of education. Another field is sociology. She's a former chairperson of Shillong. She served as a coordinator of RMSA and Visa in Shillong and also served as a member of different groups at the university, another university in Northeast. More than 40 scholars have been awarded PhD under her supervision. She has been the recipient of various awards. Recently, being the faculty of the Department of Education, Shillong is also a member of Meghalaya Legal Service Authority in 2023. Once again, I welcome you to share this session.
First of all, a very good afternoon to all of you. All of us are teachers here, and I think we need to wish each other first before we begin, isn't it? Yes. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving us this opportunity to be with you here. And I'm very, very grateful for being a part of this particular workshop. And I hope that the workshop that we are going to have will be very beneficial. And I'm sure each and every participant, each and every head of institutions, each faculty member here, each participant here will be able to, understand the importance of the NEP 2020. I'm really very happy to introduce to you our two speakers, Professor H.K. Sinapati, former director, NCERT. Professor Sinapati was a former director of the NCERT New Delhi, and he has been working in many capacities, and I know him individually, and we have been there in many of the committees that we had in the national level. So he's a very resourceful person, and Professor Sinapati has contributed a lot towards the educational system, especially at the school level. And prior to this position that he was holding as director of NCERT New Delhi, he was heading Regional Institute of Education, RIE, Bhopal, as its principal. And he also worked with RIE Bhubaneswar as a professor. Now, his area of specializations are teacher education and information and communication technology in education. He is also a UNESCO expert on ICT from India. He has more than 30 years of experience in teaching, training, research and extension activities. In addition to many areas concerning school education, he has also worked on integration of ICT into constructivist theory of learning to bring a paradigm shift in teacher education practices. I can talk about him, and maybe if I tell you his contribution, it will take more than 20 minutes. and that also, if I'm very brief, but you will be able to know him after his presentation. And any questions you have, he has been the chairperson of the regulation for phasing out standalone institution as well. So these queries and questions are very relevant to this particular session, where Professor Senapati can give you some direction and some solutions with regards to the standalone institutions as well. Of course, I think most of you here are from the higher secondary level. So if any principal who is from the college is here also, you can also question him on the problems that you're having. And Professor Senapati is the right person to get answers from, and I'm sure he will be having a lot of solutions, especially at the school level, because he has got a lot of experience at the NCERT level, and I'm sure that we will be able to be benefited from his deliberation. So, sir, we would like to welcome you to this session, and thank you so much for spending your valuable time to be with us. And of course, we have our second speaker, Professor ICM. I will introduce her. I will introduce her before she speaks. So at this point of time, I would like to hand over the time to Professor Senapati. And sir, I think you will be having 30 to 35 minutes. Then we will be having the interaction. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Since Chairperson, Professor Chu, other speaker, Professor Sen, distinguished participants, resource persons, organizers of this college. I'm really very happy to be a part of this program. This is a good program. I'm happy because we are doing something on NEP. For last 5 years, from 2015 to 20, I was involved in providing inputs to the committee formulated for this NEP. At the NCERT level, we conducted 63 deliberations all over the country to get feedback from the different stakeholders on NEP with regard to school education. So today we are going to discuss something on NEP 2020 and the pedagogical practices. We all know we have completed more than 2 years because NEP 2020 was released on 29th July 2020. And this is not the first policy that we already know. This is the third policy. First is 1968, then 86, then after 34 years, this is the third policy. And we had also 3 commissions after independence: University Education Commission, Meghalaya Commission, Khasi Commission. Based on the recommendation of Khasi Commission, we had the first policy NEP 2020, NEP 1968. And to implement NEP, what we do, we develop national curriculum framework. Because NEP, we find in NEP some recommendations. How these recommendations are implemented at the grassroots, that guideline we provide, particularly for school education through NCEP. First NCEP was developed in 1975, second one in 1988, third in 2000, then fourth in 2005. And now we are going to have 4 national curriculum framework because we are more serious now. And this time we are going to have 4. Already we have 1. So NCEP for foundation stage was released last October 2022. And draft NCEP for school education is already available. We are in the process of finalization. Then we are in the process of finalizing the NCEP for teacher education and adult education for the first time, because we want everybody should learn So adult education is also equally important. For the first time, we are going to have one lesson by adult education. So when we look at the policy, because you know about the policy, just I would like to highlight on the vision of the policy, then we come to the pedagogical practices. If you look at the vision of the policy, what is your focus? What is the focus of this policy? Focus of this policy is on Indian approach. What we expect? We expect children of this region, particularly when we are here in Shillong, Meghalaya, they should be connected to their roots. They should learn through their language. They should understand their culture, their tradition, their value system. Not only in Meghalaya, all over the country. Our children should be connected to their roots. They should understand their tradition, their value system, their culture, so that they can be good citizens of this country. They can contribute significantly in nation building, and as a result of which we can create a very equitable, high brand knowledge society. That is reflected in vision of this policy. That means we want a system of education based on Indian approach, so that we can create an equitable and vibrant knowledge society. When I say equitable, vibrant knowledge society, we are going to take care of all categories of children. Children coming from tribal area, remote area, slum, and also the children. All categories of children are going to benefit and by providing quality education, high quality education to all children. We can bring about change in our society, and our children tomorrow they will be the citizen, they will be the nation builder, they will contribute significantly in nation building. This has been reflected in the vision of the policy. Number one. Number two, if you look at the vision of the policy, our focus now has been shifted to fundamental duties and constitutional values. That is most important, particularly in 21st century. Why we are putting so much emphasis on fundamental duties? It is reflected in vision. Because we all are conscious of our rights. We fight for our rights, but we have forgotten our duties and responsibilities. That is why it is happening here right now. That's crime, a lot of things. If we can really conscious of our duties and responsibilities, and make our children conscious of their duties and responsibilities, definitely we can contribute something significantly in minimizing many problems in our society. And what does it imply? It implies our focus should not be only on cognitive development. Our focus should not be only on the examination, how our children will see the good mark in exam. That should not be only our focus. Our focus should be on holistic development. That policy has emphasized. So now time has come, we have to shift our focus from cognitive to affective and psychomotor domain, so that we can resolve many issues. We can address the issue of mental health, depression, and other emotional problems. What is happening in our society? If we shift our focus from rights to duties to constitutional values, that is most important. Number three, we cannot live alone. In 21st century, we cannot live alone. We have to depend on others. And we should know what is happening in other countries. Our children should know what is happening in other countries. They should have a feeling for others. Maybe neighboring country, maybe other countries. That is why this is an integral part of our culture. We all know. That is why all the time we say Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, G20 program, and survey all this. The focus is on global citizenship. Focus is on sustainable development. Focus is on human rights. These three things have been reflected in the vision of the policy. So what we want? We want our children to learn through their mother tongue. They should understand their culture, their tradition, their medicine. And they should develop respect for fundamental duties and constitutional values. And they should be the global citizen. Not only they should be good citizen of this country, good human being, they should be global citizen. That is the expectation of this policy. And to achieve this,
We all know policy has recommended a structure of 15 years of schooling. Currently, we have 12 years of schooling, 10 plus 2, 12 years. Policy has recommended 15 years of schooling, 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. And why this 5 years foundational stage? What is the logic? We'll be talking about pedagogical practice. Why? Because what research shows, maximum brain development takes place during this period. Maximum brain development takes place during this period. It has been reflected in policy around 85% of brain development takes place during the early stage. Now time has come, we should take care of this stage. But what is the current scenario? But we have Anganwadis all over the country. And in urban area we have preschool. What is happening? In Anganwadis we are taking care of the food and nutrition part. In urban area, though we have some preschool system, we are expecting what is happening in class 1 that is being extended to preschool. That is not the correct way of doing things. That is why policy has recommended that 5 years of foundation stage, 3 years of preschool, class 1 to preschool 3 years, then class 1 and 2 will be integrated into one. That will be the foundation stage, and we have already come out with the national curriculum framework for foundation stage. And we are in the process of developing textbooks for this foundation stage. And what does it imply? It implies if we can help our children in their holistic development from the early stage. Not only will be teaching them alphabets in the beginning, if we can help them in their socio-emotional development, if we can make our education age appropriate, then our foundation will be strong. That is why policy has recommended to set up a commission to improve the quality of this, particularly the literacy and numeracy. And one commission has already been set up, we all know. And it is our responsibility, we have to develop the skills and competency among the children. That is most important. Particularly literacy and numeracy skills. And we all know many times it comes in the newspaper. Class 7 children are unable to read the text of class 3. Or solve the problem of class 2, class 3. It is coming in the newspaper regularly. Why it is happening? Because there is something wrong. We are providing education to our children, but we are not taking care of the development of the skills and competency what is required for that particular age or for particular stage. That is neglected. Now time has come. We have to develop the skills and competencies, and we have to take care of that. That is number one. And particularly during this foundation stage, if we can provide right type of education by orienting the teachers, we know the teacher education program. We are not preparing teachers for this foundation stage. This is a big challenge for us now. We have to prepare teacher. Though we are preparing in some places, but that is not adequate, and that is also quality-wise also there is some question mark. So that is why now time has come. We have to prepare teachers, and we have to bring about change in our pedagogical process, and we have to take care of our children. We have to put emphasis on their holistic development. Not only they should learn alphabets or only cognitive aspect we should take care of. We should take care of the holistic development, affective, psychomotor, and other aspects of the diagnosis. More interaction, more activities, more play, more manipulation of different materials are the early stage. That has been recommended. That is the pedagogical practice. Then, preparatory steps, the same thing. We should not deliver lecture. We should not try to transact the content, what is there in the textbook. Practically, what we are doing in our school system, because most of us are teachers, I am not a teacher. What we are doing, we are trying to cover the syllabus. I think all of you agree. And we feel happy if our syllabus is completed. We feel happy if our children score good mark in exam. If children score 100%, 95%, we are very happy. That is the current scenario. All the time our focus is on textbook, focus is on syllabus, and how we should complete our syllabus, how our children will score good mark in exam. That is our concern. That we are happy. We feel happy that we have performed our duty with satisfaction. Are we satisfied? Our children are securing 90%, 95%, 100%. Yes. But the example what I gave, that it is coming in the newspaper. Class 7 children are unable to read the text of class 3, class 4. What is the problem? We are teaching, we are covering the syllabus, but our children are not acquiring the skills and competencies what is required in 21st century. That is a big challenge. And that I will present you for you the evidence. We conduct national achievement survey. We conduct national achievement survey, all of us know. And we made it more systematic in 2017. We have been conducting national achievement survey since 2002. In every 3 years on class 3, class 5, class 8 and class 10. But in 2017, we made it more systematic, more scientific. We came up with the learning outcome, all of you know what the elementary space. Based on at that time, and based on the learning outcome, we conducted national achievement survey in 2017 on 22 lakh children. And their average score in class 3 was around 60. Class 5, it was around 50. And in class 8, it was less than 50, in between 40 and 50. And in class 10, it was less than 40. Same thing we repeated in 2021 on 34 lakh children, and result is almost 10. After 3 years, 4 years because of COVID, same test was conducted on 34 lakh children, and in 2021 survey, students from different schools, all categories of school. Earlier it was only on government school. In 2021, students from CBSE affiliated school, from Kendriya Vidyalaya, Navodaya Vidyalaya, all category schools were selected. And the average score of class 10 was 38. All of us know what percentage our children secure in class 10 board exam. And why there is a gap. That is a big challenge before us. Why there is a gap? We are talking about the quality of education. This is a national achievement survey conducted by the center, as well as all the state missionaries are involved in a very systematic and scientific way. We have conducted, we have gone to the district level, we have involved all categories of school. And why it is 38 in class 10? And why our students are securing 90, 95 or 80? That is the average score we can say. That means what we are doing, we are covering syllabus. Focus is on content, what is there in the textbook. Our children are securing content mastery, securing good mark in exam. Questions are based on the content. And many international studies shows Indian students perform well if questions come from the textbook. If it is beyond textbook, if it is something related to application and understanding, Indian students do not perform well. And you know the PISA, what we conducted in 2009 and 10, 11, the result came. And our position was last but 1 out of 73. And this time also, we wanted again, last time we decided not to participate. So that means there is something wrong in our system that this NEP 2020 has taken care of. And that is why we are shifting our focus from content-based approach to competency-based approach. Curriculum is going to be competency-based. The examination is going to be competency-based. The national achievement survey, what we have conducted based on the learning outcome, that is also competency-based. That is why our students are not performing well. That means what we need, we have to develop skills and competencies, what is required in 21st century. We have to put emphasis on holistic development. Yeah. That is why in the vision of this policy, it is reflected that through developing the right type of curriculum and pedagogy, we can develop a sense of respect among the students towards fundamental duties. That means we have to strengthen affective domain of our children. They will not commit suicide. There will be no depression. India is one of the depressed countries in the world. Mental health issues will not be there. So holistic development, that means what we have to do while we are talking about the pedagogical practice, we have to take care of all these. Number one, we have to make our curriculum competency based. After this NCEP is finalized, when we come out with the textbook, definitely we will take care of that. And when we will conduct examination also will be competency based. Now it is content based, we are mostly assessing that content mastery. Then when it will be competency based and good number of new subjects will be introduced. And in this preparatory stage, I was pointing out, that second stage after this foundation preparatory stage, there will be change in the pedagogical process, more interaction, more sharing, more collaboration. We will follow this storytelling approach, whatever it may be. That means we have to make our learner active. They should be engaged. They should get opportunity to exhibit their talents. They should perform something so that they will feel happy and they will get opportunity to develop all the potentiality what they have. But we are not doing that in our classroom. Because I will give you the example of the NCEP textbook. In NCEP textbook, after 2005 curriculum framework, when you came out with the textbook, many box items are there. We have conducted study. And teachers try to teach the content, what is there in the textbook. In box item, we have suggested some activities. Really activities are conducted inside the classroom that you know. And what is the purpose? Our children will be engaged. They will get opportunity to do something, create something, but that we are not doing. If we will not do that, we cannot bring about change in the pedagogical process. That is why this is high time. And we have to bring about change in the pedagogical process. We have to make our children more active. They should be active learners. They should be engaged. They should feel confident, because when they will perform something, they will interact something, they will work in team, work in group. It will not only help them to learn, it will help in the development of many socio-emotional qualities. It may be the spirit of collaboration, cooperation. It may be the spirit of teamwork. That is why in NEP 2020, we are not only talking about the curriculum reform, we are talking about changing the pedagogical process, experiential learning, art integrated learning, sport integrated learning. All these we are talking about. So that we are going to introduce from the beginning. Then when our children will come to the class 6, and most important recommendation, that is on vocational education. Vocational education is going to be an integral part of general education. No separate stream for vocational education. The challenge is how we are going to implement this. We don't have vocational teachers. We are not providing training to our teachers on these vocations. But we expect it will be introduced from class 6 onwards. Children will be familiar with the vocation, what is available in the locality. When children will be familiar from class 6 onwards, that means when they will go to class 9, they will select vocational of their choice. We are going to make it more flexible. And we are going to provide education keeping in their aptitude. That is why NEP has recommended there will be no hard separation between vocational and general education. No hard separation between curricular, co-curricular and extracurricular. No hard separation between science, arts, something like that. These watertight compartments will not be there. It will be very flexible. And vocational education is most important. We are not only going to develop the skills and competency with reference to vocational education, we are going to develop dignity of labor. We look down vocational education in our society. That is why 5%, only 5% of workforce in India are coming through formal vocational education as per the data what has been provided in NEP. And in Korea it is 96%. Why this gap? And Korea, India became independent at the same time. You compare the standard, that means Korea is a developed country, India is a developing country. And 95% of workforce, that means they are coming through formal vocational education, 5% in India from formal vocational education. So that is why it is going to be integrated. There will be one skill, no separate skill. Everybody has to acquire mastery over at least one vocation before completion of school education. There will be provision for vertical mobility. Then when they will go to secondary stage, what type of change we expect? Lot of flexibility. Education as per their aptitude, science student is interested to learn subject from social science, permitted. And that means a lot of flexibility, good number of new subjects. Because education should be provided as per their aptitude, talking about multiple intelligence. But putting emphasis only on logical, mathematical intelligence in our school system. That is the pedagogical approach we follow. If the child is not performing well in mathematics, we the level you are dull. The moment we say dull, that means that affects the self-esteem of the child, that affects the self-confidence of the child. We follow deficit model in our classroom. We try to find out what other children do not know, what they cannot do, what they cannot contribute. That we want to assess. That we want to identify because our purpose is to help them to have content mastery. We identify the weak area, then give them a measure. But in modern theory, our approach is different. Research is reflected in this ancient foundational stage. Strength model we have to follow in your classroom. We have to find out the strength, not weakness. What our children can do, what they can contribute, what potentiality they have. We have to identify from the early stage. At the early stage, we have to identify that, so that we can really provide right type of education to our children as per their interest, as per their aptitude. That is most important. Strength model we have to follow, and accordingly we have to identify. Child may be poor in mathematics, doesn't matter. We have to identify the other potentials. What the child is having. Maybe good in kinesthetic ability, maybe good in leadership, maybe good in interpersonal relationship, interpersonal relationship. That we have to find it. In theory, we are talking about multiple intelligence, but in practice, only developing logical, mathematical intelligence in our school system. So that is most important. And other thing, if you see, India is going to the youngest country in the world next decade. Why so much emphasis on vocational education? Because when we have large number of youth, we should develop their skills and competency. It is not only vocational, that their problem solving ability, their critical thinking, their creativity. And we have to make them more innovative. That we can do if we bring about change in our curriculum, in our pedagogical process, and also in the process of assessment. That is why we have to not only bring about change in our curriculum, we have to not only make our curriculum competency based, we have to not only follow this art integrated approach, because I am not going to tell about that, because we all know art integrated art. Art means different form of arts. It may be drama, it may be music, it may be dance, it may be visual art. It will be integrated into our curriculum. That means learning will be more joyful. Children will enjoy learning. Sport integrated approach. That means games and sports. Many things we learn on the playground. We are talking about emotional health, talking about socio-emotional qualities. Everything we learn in our playground. It may be discipline. It may be cooperation, fellow feeling, belongingness. So that is why we have to integrate that as an integrated, not co-curricular, extracurricular. Due weightage we have to provide to this health education, physical education, games and sports. So that is why we are coming out with the holistic progress card. So I am talking about not only the pedagogy, even ICT we are using for the sake of ICT. It is not converting the printed material into digital material, not integration of ICT. We have to empower our children to use different ICT tools so that they can have better collaboration with others. Social interaction is essential for learning. If there is more social interaction, more dialogue, then there is better learning. That is why we have to also take care of, let them use ICT integrated approach, ICT as a tool, so that they can have better collaboration. They can express their feelings through blog or different social network services. That we should use it in a very constructive way. But most important thing, I think, 2-3 minutes, madam. I'll finish because I know time constraint is there. Only if we bring about change in the process of assessment, then only we can bring about change in our teaching learning process, in our system, and we can improve the quality of education. Assessment is the key. That is why we are talking about holistic assessment. Unless we assess the socio-emotional qualities, the leadership qualities, the qualities related to affective and psychomotor domain, parents will not bother about that, teachers will not bother about that. That is why compulsorily we have to make it mandatory. All the qualities are equally important. It is not the performance of students in different school subjects, it is their performance in playground. It is their performance in other areas, in socio-emotional areas. That is also equally important. So due weightage will be given to all the domains of the personality. That will be reflected in holistic progress card. That is why in NEP we are talking about 360 degree assessment, 360-degree assessment. Assessment will be transparent. Students will be involved in the process of assessment. Self-assessment, peer assessment, assessment by the teacher. Now we are only assessing. That means we are not involving our students. Students should be involved. And we are using only tests to assess their performance in different school subjects. We have to use different non-testing techniques. It may be observation, it may be interview, it may be rubric, it may be portfolio. Because non-testing technique, that is rubric, is the most authentic tool for subjective assessment. Test is the most authentic tool for objective assessment. When you are talking about holistic assessment, holistic development, then we have to give due weightage to all the domains. We have to use different types of tools, and we have to give autonomy to our teachers, autonomy to the institutions. We may develop national curriculum framework, we may identify the learning outcome, we may define the competencies, but freedom should be given to teachers so that they can implement it in their way, because we in NEP it has recommended local flavor. That means we are going to give local flavor to our textbook. Local history, local geography, local culture should be reflected in our textbook. That will be possible if we give autonomy to our teachers. Because we know NCERT is a textbook for the whole country, particularly for the CBSE, but most of the states are adopting NCERT textbooks. The problem is we are unable to input all the heroes, regional heroes in the textbook. Sometimes we visit complaint. Why? Because it is not possible. That is why now time has come to make our textbook very legible. We have to give local flavor. Local, at the earliest stage, let them learn to local things, local culture, local tradition, local history, local geography. Then when they will go to higher stage, they can learn other things. Similarly, multilingualism. Lot of focus on multilingualism. Particularly the students who are coming from the tribal area in Odisha. In other states, their mother tongue is different. We are providing textbook in the regional language, state language. That makes a lot of problem. Police has taken care of that. At least material will be available in their language, mother tongue. They will learn through their mother tongue. So these are the different recommendations. I think my timing is over. Now, madam will give the bell now. So thank you very much. I'm very happy. This is a good opportunity to share our views, our experiences, learn from each other. And if we understand, realize the implication in true sense, definitely we can implement it in our classroom. We are teachers. We have freedom. We can implement it in our classroom. We can bring out change in the classroom. That will be a significant contribution for the whole country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sampati, for that deliberation that you have provided for each one of us. Professor Sampati was talking about a lot of things here, and his main focus is on the development, holistic development. And holistic development will be brought about only if we take care of all the domains, the cognitive domain, the affective domain, and the psychomotor domain. And Professor Pati also spoke about the different approaches which can be utilized in the schools. And I'm sure all the teachers here would agree with our speaker, because now it's a time for us to train our students to develop their higher mental thinking skills, not only through rote memory, but also through using the thinking skills, reasoning skills, problem-solving skills, creative thinking, and so on and so forth. So, if you have any questions, please write them down, and we will give you time after the deliberation from the second speaker is done. So, thank you so much, sir, for that deliberation, and also for giving your inputs with regards to the different issues regarding the pedagogical aspects in teaching. I'm sure all the teachers here would also have many queries with regards to this particular topic. Now, so please write down your questions, and then we'll give you the time after the second speaker. Now we have the second speaker with us here, Professor I.C.A. from the Department of Education, NEP, Shillong. And Professor I.C.A. was the former head of the Department of Education from Eastern Hill University, Shillong. Her area of interest is education psychology, user counseling, environmental education, early childhood education, and she's got a lot of publications, and also in the form of books, and also chapters in books, and also in journals. And in academic affiliation, she is a life member of many societies and associations. It's in brief, we can mention here each and every society or association, but she is a member, and also she is involved in many of the work which is done through the societies and also through the universities. Now, she has been a project coordinator, a state partner with Center for Early Childhood Education and Development, CED, Ambedkar University, New Delhi, for early learning of development standards. And then she is also active as a resource person for many of these webinars, and also for the national seminars and also international seminars. So she's a wide-read person, and she's a very good teacher as well. I'm sure all of you have experience in teaching. And now we will hand over the time to her to give her presentation. Over to you, ma'am.
Very good afternoon, one and all. Respected Chairperson, Madam Professor, my teacher, and also my time when I did my PhD. And thank you, ma'am, for your kind words. She knows me well enough and has been very kind to give such a, let's say, a very kind words for the introduction. Thank you, ma'am. Professor Synod, this is the first time that I have met you, but I really am privileged, to have been part of this platform where I've heard and learned, gained new insights, I must say, about the new policy, and also all the other respected professors and faculties of this prestigious college, the organizing committee, the principal and his entire team, the coordinator, and I must say the entire team of this workshop, and all our dear friends who are the participants present here today. The topic that has been given to me, can you all see? It is a doesn't show now anything. Yeah. See? It's hazy, right? I have been given the topic on standard setting and accreditation of forceful education. And I must say that it's quite challenging, because I don't have all the answers, even for the questions that may be raised later on. But yet, I feel together, I think this is the platform where we can, elicit responses on how maybe standard setting and accreditation for school education has to take place. And I'm grateful to Sir Senapati just now, where he has given you, I would say, the background of this policy, which is a complete overhaul, I must say, of the prior policy, 1986, and the Action Plan 1992. And we are hopeful that with, all the stakeholders, especially the teachers and the principals, definitely, it is really going to take this country forward with this new policy. So without further ado, my topic, I said, is standard setting and accreditation for school education. I will have to be very brief, very quick because of the time limitation. Now, to start off, you are all well aware that the number of schools have mushroomed in this country year after year. And you will have witnessed that at every corner, nook and corner of the state, of a district, you will find that there are new schools being opened. And if you consider the ASR Education Report 2018, it says that approximately 50% of our Indian school children cannot read or comprehend a simple text by Standard 5, as Sir has already pointed out. And 30% girls from the socio-economically or the disadvantaged groups, they have never been to school because of the lack of access to, education, because of no viable infrastructure and so on. However, let me tell you, the problem with access to primary education is not there, because this has been taken over or has been achieved by the efforts of the SSA, and then which is today subsumed as the Samagra Shiksha scheme. But what is the problem here? The outcome of this is that many smaller schools have come up. That is the problem. Development of numerous very small schools. If you look at UDICE 2016-17, it says that 28% of our public primary schools and 14.8% of India's upper primary schools have less than 30 students. So many schools, but less than 30 students. If you consider the average number of students per grade, you will find that it's just about 14 or even having below 6. That is why the government today is moving to do what? To close down these schools. So, and during the year 2016-17, there were about 1,08,070 single teacher schools. You can imagine the plight of the teachers and the plight of the students. So where does the problem lie? The problem lies here in our current monitoring mechanism. It has completely failed, I must say, in ensuring the balance, the symmetry, when it comes to what? Accreditation of both public and private schools. The quality of these schools have been compromised. The quality of these schools is questionable today. And because of this, the NEP 2020 has been emphasized, and the focus is here on the quality of our school education. Now come to standard setting. What is the standard setting that NEP is talking about? Standard setting refers to a standardized system. That means a consistent system, a uniform system of what? Of monitoring, of regulation and accreditation of various schools using some criterion and standards. Mark you, basic criterion and standards will be identified in this, in the regulation and accreditation of schools. And it talks about what? Establishing minimal, just minimal set of standards based on some basic parameters, which I will tell you later. What are those parameters? Which are, in accordance with some of the global best practices. That is what the country wants. That is what the policy wants. So that we are also at par with at the international level. Coming to accreditation. What is accreditation? You have heard that accreditation has happened, is taking place with regards to higher education, the colleges and the universities. Unless you perform, you will not be accredited. And so therefore your funding also will not come. And so therefore today, the NEP is very important for accreditation of schools. And what does this mean? It is a process which will be carried out to improve the standards of education, to improve the standards of the educational outcome and the governance of schools. And another question is, what does it mean for a school to be accredited? It means that you are validating or you are checking the school's credentials, whether they meet or not the criteria that has been laid down. If not, those schools will be laid off. They will be closed. And another question which arises by most of teachers and faculty: why should schools be accredited? Why? Leave the schools alone. Let only the colleges and universities. Why should we be accredited? But the reason here is that we need credential schools. We need reputed institutions. And that is the reason for accreditation of schools. And as well as, not only that, there will be these strict standards to be maintained, and they will be renewed from time to time in order to bring about improvement. So, therefore, what then are the goals of the school education regulatory system? Simple, they are. Simple, easy, and very friendly, I must say. Just to mention a few. Improve the educational outcomes. And see, there's a catch over here. Not overly restrict schools. That was the fear, from most of the heads of institutions and teachers when he talked about accreditation and the regulatory system. Not to be overly to restrict schools. Promote innovation and boost the morale of teachers, principals, and students. I think it is time now that we need to boost the morals of our principals, of our teachers, and of our students at the school level, because they are the ones that shape the destiny of this country. They are the ones that bring laurels to the state and to the country. They have been ignored. They have been overlooked many times. And empower the schools and teachers with trust. See, you need not fear, because you will be empowered and you will be trusted. They will have, their faith is bestowed on you. Strive for excellence. And another, which is very important, part of this regulatory system is complete transparency. In your finances, in your procedures, in your educational outcomes. And how is this going to happen? We will discuss in the later slides. So therefore, if you look at this regulatory system, the main focus is on what? On the quality of teaching, on the attendance of the students, on the number of teachers across subjects and grades, the safety of teachers and students, financial probity, curriculum, sustainable infrastructure, resources, community participation, which has been missing, and it has been emphasized by the NEP 2020, the community involvement, community engagement, and governance process, and finally, accountability. We only cannot be given powers or empowered, we have to be accountable also for our deeds. And then only, because it's going to be performance-based. If we talk about standard setting and accreditation, we must first dwell on at least what is the present structure of governance of the school education system. If you look at this, you will find that the Department of School Education is the overall or the apex body which looks after so many, many aspects. Provision of public education, regulation of educational institutions. It is concerned with policy making, ensuring professional and quality standards. I must say that the quality is missing in this because it is being overburdened. And it is here that the NEP 2020 says, no, we're going to decentralize. Why? And because of this centralization of power, what is actually happening? There's conflict of interest. There's excessive centralized concentration of power, ineffective management of the school system. And that's why you will find that there are some schools that have benefited, there are some schools which have been, just left behind and ignored. Commercialization and economic exploitation of parents. And you will find that it has also discouraged the public-spirited, the private philanthropic schools. The other issues that come with this are the complexities and challenges in governance and managing schools, economically suboptimal, that is, you are well aware of that, inadequate resources, teachers' workload, no specialization, because you will teach in schools, where will you talk about specialization? A single teacher has to teach so many subjects. Negative impact, negative impact on teaching. Okay, so what does this NEP, this policy recommend? That by 2025, the state governments or the union territories, they are going to adopt a mechanism to group these schools, which are known as these school complexes or the school clusters. And this mechanism, what is it going to comprise of? One secondary school along with other lower grades, schools offering lower grades in the neighborhood, including the Anganwadis within a radius of 5 to 10 kilometers. The objective of having school complexes is clearing basis of teachers, of counselors, of resources, as well as cooperation and support for education of children with disabilities, improve governance of the school system, and building a sense of community. What are the benefits? What are the benefits of establishing school complexes? One is improved support for children with disabilities. You know that the NEP has emphasized inclusive education. Yes. So how are we going to get that? How are we going to achieve that if this is not possible, if this doesn't take place? So improved support for children with disabilities. And mind you, it is not only for disabilities. When we talk about inclusive, we're talking about children from the socially disadvantaged groups, from the deprived, it's a very broad umbrella, a broad spectrum. And then you will have more topic-centered clubs. The science clubs, maybe whether it's curricular or co-curricular. You have the academic events across school complexes, sports, arts, crafts. And another is better incorporation across subjects. Through the sharing of teachers in these subjects. Again, you have the use of ICT tools to conduct virtual classes. There may be schools where they are where it comes to infrastructure of the ICT, they have no problem, so that there can be sharing. Better student support, enrollment through the sharing of social workers and counselors. And then there's improved attendance and performance through the sharing of social workers and counselors. Okay, now how will this happen? How is this going to take place? Here, the DSE will transfer the authority to the school complex or the school cluster, which will act as the semi-autonomous unit. They will transfer the authority. And then you have the district education officer and the block education officer who will interact with these school complexes and facilitate their work. And so therefore what is going to happen is that these school complexes will be given that autonomy by them. Another point that how it is going to take place is that the state government and the union territories through the DSE, we have to create these school complex management committees. Now we have the school management committee. Now, but with these school complex, there's going to be a creation of the school complex management committees at all school complexes. Okay, and the states and UTs will take the initiative in developing those action plans for organizing orientation to these SCMs and the SMCs in preparing development plans at school, complex and the school levels. And here, help can be taken from the BRC to the DIETs, the cities and the AISs. Okay. Now, another thing which is, which the policy has emphasized is joining or pairing of one public school with one private school will be adopted across the country. And see, the best practices of the private schools, they will be documented and they will be shared, okay, and institutionalized in public schools and vice versa where possible. See, the best practices of the private schools will be considered and will be shared. And another is every state will be encouraged to strengthen the existing or established Bhavas. I'll come to that again. And important dates, such as the foundation day of the school, will be celebrated along with the community. Okay. When we talk about the action plans here, the schools, they will develop, almost finishing, madam, just give me 10 minutes. When we develop the action plans, I'll be very brief. The STPs will develop the school will develop their STPs, okay, with the involvement of the SMCs. And then from there will emerge, from these STPs will emerge the SCPPs, the school complex development plans, which will be created by principals and teachers of the school complex, okay. Then after that, the SMC and the school complex managing committee will use these development plans and the school complex development plans for functional and direction. And finally, you see these Bhavas. Every state will be encouraged to strengthen existing or establish these Bhavas. These would be like these day residential schools or day schools where students can go and then they can participate in different programs. The implications of this is decentralized planning and decision making at the cluster level, availability and sharing of human resources, physical resources, no isolation of schools, community of schools to support each other, integration of art, availability of counselors and implementation of vocational education, no physical dislocation and a win-win situation for all. Okay, now what does the NEP 2020? This part is is coming is very important. The roles of the segregated independent bodies. If you see here, the Department of School Education is going to cater only to overall monitoring and policy making. Alright? And then you will look at the Directorate now, which will handle all the educational operations and the service delivery for all the public school system of the whole state. The SCRT will look after only academic matters, academic standards, and education. And another thing which is very important here is an independent body, and that is the State School Standards Authority, SSSA. It's an independent body which is going to establish minimal standards, okay, on basic parameters like safety, security, infrastructure, number of teachers, grades, probity, sound processes of governance. Okay, this is the organizational structure of the SSA. We have the governing committee, who it is going to be headed by the chairman, who is the Honorable Minister of Education. We have the executive committee, who is going to be taken care of by the chairman, that is the principal secretary to the Department of Education. And we have the committee for setting the standards for evaluation and accreditation. And here we have different committees for academics, for curriculum, for teaching and learning, for evaluation and accreditation of the schools. Okay. Now, the SSA, the triple SA, here I said that it will be established in all states and union territories. Okay, what is the function? To ensure transparent disclosure of all regulatory information. All information relating to monitoring of information, regulatory information, that will be disclosed. Another is, it will decide on the dimensions of information to be disclosed and the format of disclosure. Look at this body. Maintenance of the public website. Whatever is done in the school level now, it is going to be displayed in the public website of the SSA as well as the school website. Then it will also issue a license to start a school for new private
our schools, and it is going to take care of any complaints or grievances from the stakeholders. But what is not within the purview of the SSSA, it is not going to dictate any directives on the assessment and accreditation of public and private schools. Almost finishing now. 5 minutes. What are those minimal standards? To be very, I will be very brief. Physical infrastructure, teacher positioning, financial probity, safety and security, sound process of governance. What is the role of the SCRT now? I said SCRT is going to take care of only academic matters, academic standards and curricula. But SCRT is going to be responsible for developing a school quality assessment and accreditation framework, SQAAF. And this is going to be in consultation with the multi-stakeholders, and the parameters for school performance will be on the basis of academia, infrastructure, finances, teaching quality, and identifying critical areas for improvement. And SCRT will be the lead change management process for what reviving the CRCs, the PRCs, and the diets into vibrant institutions. And only 3 years has been given. Within 3 years, we need to revive these institutions. Okay? Then next is all schools. See, all schools will be assessed on the following: set standards as well as self-disclosure of all essential information. What will happen is that this will be published on the SSA website as well as the website of school. Once this is done, at the end of assessment, all schools will be provided with a report card consisting of all the analyzed data and insights. And another thing which is very important is that what it has been emphasized in NEP is the establishment of a new National Assessment Center. This is known as the PARA. It is the Performance Assessment, Performance Assessment Review Analysis of Knowledge for Holistic Development, which will be established by MHRD along with NCRT. And this is going to do the periodic health checkup of the overall system of education. And it is on the basis of what? The survey by the National Assessment Survey and the State Assessment Survey. Okay? And another, which is coming to an end, each stakeholder and participant will be accountable, I said, to perform their role. Another is each role of the system, the Directorate, the SCRTs, all these, they will have to be, they will have to explicitly be articulated their role, expectations, and their rigor assessment. Assessment is going to be objective, developmentally oriented while ensuring quality. There is going to be multiple sources of feedback, promotion, recognition, accountability of all individuals will be on the basis of performance assessment. Promotion, recognition, accountability. And there is going to be a review of the standard setting and the regulatory framework. Access to high quality and critical schooling for all students. Then flexibility for each school to make its own decision based on local needs and constraints. And of course, at the end, you will find that the NEP 2020 with regards to standard setting and accreditation, it is totally responsible for uplifting and bringing about improvement in the quality of education at the school level. Thank you, Madam, for the time extended to me.
Because this is a very important aspect where, I'm sure that, we need to also learn from the deliberation that has been made. Now, when we talk about these standards and also accreditation for school education, this is an important factor, in fact. And I do hope that, we will put this in place and be able to implement the standard setting and accreditation for school education as well. So we have around 10 minutes time for questions to the speakers. Thank you so much, both of you. And I think many of us here would also also have some queries and also clarification with regards to the presentation made by the presenters. So now I hand over the time to you. I will not give my comments because I don't want to actually dilute what presenters have stated. But maybe in the hours to come, maybe during the interaction session, we can clarify some points which you have and also discuss on the different issues. So at this point of time, I would like to request you to stand up or maybe ask questions on the deliberation that has been made. Anyone? We have 10 minutes, so anyone wants to say something or maybe add up to what has been said, and maybe also, you can also tell us about your problems which you are having in the school, how you can solve them, some things that we are here for. Yes, over to you, please. Please, anybody. Oh, are you feeling hungry? Okay, what? Which one? Yes, please. Please bear with us for 10 minutes, then we will let you go for lunch. Is it ready? It's almost ready. Okay. When you're ready, then you tell us.
Thank you, ma'am. I just want to ask this question a little bit. What is the mode of communication in the school if we implement this policy? The mode of communication?
Thank you. Very nice question. What should be the mode of communication? The mode of communication should be in such a way that our children should understand. That is why policy is putting a lot of emphasis on multilinguality. Let our children learn their mother tongue at the early stage. Because this problem we have faced in many states. Most of the states, what we do, we develop textbook using the state language, the regional language, and we ignore the language of the students whose language is different from the state language. Particularly the children who are coming from the tribal area in other states, but here in English in other states, so they are facing a lot of difficulties. That is why communication should be in such a way that our children should understand. And if they understand, then they will continue their education, they will not leave school, they will be happy. And that will be a great contribution. That is why now we are coming out with the textbook in different languages, particularly giving it with the mother tongues of different categories of learners. And along with that, teachers will be appointed. They should also know the mother tongue. That is another tongue, mother tongue of the children. That teachers should. Thank you.
Yes. Any more questions? Actually, to add up to what Sir was saying, there are around 33 languages where the textbooks have been translated. This is the latest information that we got from NCERT. Around 33 languages have been incorporated in order to be able to translate the textbooks for the children.
Okay, next question is, what is the maximum qualification for the teacher if we implement this policy?
It is not the qualification. Qualification has already been prescribed by NCT, but teachers should have the proficiency to handle the student. That is most important. What I presented during my presentation, that what we are doing, now we are going to play different role. Our job is not just to transact the curriculum or the textbook, what is there, what is the content, what is there in the textbook. our job is to play a very significant role in holistic development. So for the holistic development, we should have the basic skills and competences. That we can say everybody is having qualification because that is mandatory for everybody. That is prescribed by NCT. But the thing is that we should have the basic competencies. As a teacher, we should have the basic competencies so that we can help our children in the holistic development. That should be. Then only we can implement this policy in true sense. If we will not focus the holistic development, then this policy cannot be implemented in true sense. That is the requirement. Thank you.
And last question, sir. Is this policy implemented for the private school also, sir?
For the children of the country, it may be government, maybe private, all are the children of the country, and we all are responsible for our children. So no government, no private.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for those answers. I just want to add a little bit. Qualification, as you said, now all school teachers should have a B.Ed qualification. So in this B.Ed program, we will be having a 2-year program and also a 4-year integrated program. So all these competencies and skills and proficiencies which Professor Sinapati was saying will be incorporated in those. So appointments will be made only on the basis of the qualifications which you have, that is B.Ed. Any more questions, please? Yes.
So would you clarify a little more on the multilingual system of education? Because we see, do you think we have too many dialects? I was reading just today, maybe 19,000 dialects we have. So I think we cannot be translating each and every language. And don't you think it will affect the higher education? Because the entire globe speaks, I think, mostly in English. So how are you going to cope with that?
Actually, this is a very challenging task, no doubt about that. So that is why now what we are thinking there in the policy that at least when we are developing textbook, we should take care of that. And we cannot, it may not be feasible to develop textbook in all the dialects. But in that case, we should come out with some primer, some materials which will help the children to learn through their mother tongue at the early stage. That is why we are taking care of the teachers. Teachers will be appointed in those areas. They should know that dialect, they should have some. If that is not possible, some materials which will facilitate learning, we should come out with that material. In Odisha, good number of research studies have been conducted, and many primers have been developed. So that is another thing. One thing we should know that India can learn many languages at early stage. That research says. But what we are doing, we are putting emphasis either on state language or English at the early stage, but their mother tongue is different. If earlier they learn through their mother tongue, then after that they can learn other languages, no restriction on that. Policy has emphasized that they are expert to other languages, they can learn easily. And that is the research finding. So that is why we should put emphasis on the mother tongue. Whatever possible. Overnight it is not possible. We know that in education, bring about change, we have to wait, we have to devote more time. So that is why initially whatever possible, whatever feasible, we should implement. Then with time, everything will be possible. At least we will have concept for those children whose mother tongue is different. Now we don't have concept. So that is a big thing that NEP has taken care of. Thank you.
So that if you want to
and there are no restrictions as such. You know, the flexibility is there. We say the mother tongue or the local language, the language that is spoken, you know, by the teachers and the students. That will be considered also. So, and I think the flexibility has been provided by this NEP 2020. So there is really no fear. Of course, the challenge is going to be there. if we're going to say that, you were stating about the different dialects, in terms of evaluation, it's going to be very different also. But I'm sure that the NEP, it has actually, though it has emphasized on, the mother tongue, but yet it says, flexibility, and it's not going to really over restrict the schools. So the local language, which is being conversant to both students and teachers, that is going to be considered. Yeah. And moreover, for that matter, if you go to maybe at the secondary level, even students are exposed to the different languages at the international level also. That is also given a priority, and also the other classical languages, that is also given. But I think, of course, there's going to be hiccups at the very beginning, but definitely, we're going to achieve, I think, the target, and it is going to help. Thank you.
Another question to you. Thank you. The problem we face today regarding, while I understand and I appreciate that accreditation is very important, but there is a lot of great paperwork and we are having to document too many things. And the manpower that we have in our school system now, it is not enough. The teachers are having to do so many things. So going to classroom, maintaining records is becoming a problem. So if I can, you can highlight on what kind of things that is required.
I feel that this issue is it is there in all sectors. Whether it is in primary level, secondary, you go into higher education, you find that there is so much of paperwork today that is being done. All direction comes from Delhi. There's an ultimatum that has been given that you have to complete and you have to finish. So whatever you say, the workload we understand of teachers, but I'm sure that maybe because the paper is just beginning. So therefore, I think when everything gets stable, and as our advisor to the education minister was saying that you implement and funds will come. So I'm sure recruitment of teachers is going to take place. And therefore, because the quality of teaching, we talk about quality of teaching, the quality of teachers, workload of teachers. So definitely I'm sure that the NEP is favoring the teachers, is favoring the students. Definitely there's going to be a lot of sunshine. Thank you.
Just like to add to what Professor Steve was saying, now each school can appoint an accreditation counselor, so that this part will be, or this part of the functioning of the school will be in place. So there should be a coordinator. One senior teacher can be selected as an accreditation coordinator, where this senior teacher will have to work on the modalities of the accreditation process. So I'm sure each school will have a senior teacher who is willing to work on this. And I'm sure if you start with this, what do you say, sir? I'm sure if you start with this process, this part of the system will be in place. Yeah.
Sharing of resources. So definitely there's going to be sharing of resources. The distribution of work also is going to take place also in that sense. So definitely I'm sure that it is going to solve. And of course now, because everything comes to there's a lot of work to go down, and we have to comply, right? And there are deadlines. I'm sure that there's always a purpose behind that, because if we look at what is actually India trying to do, it's trying to come up to be at par the international level, reaching all the SDGs, right? So because of this, it has to push the citizens of the country
to provide that what is implemented takes place at the ground level. So the statistics, international, and then we can get because that is the focus of my research, so that we can come that international level. So definitely, I'm sure that this will take place. In addition to what Matt has said, that coordinator, yes, because there is going to be sharing of resources, human resources, and resources. Address is going to listen to the grievances of the schools. Definitely, all that can come.
One thing I would like to add, because now we are talking about other countries, what is happening in other countries. Most of the time we are comparing with Finland. Finland is best. So what is happening in Finland also that we should try to implement. In Finland, more autonomy to the teachers. Less paperwork. We should have faith on our teachers. If we have faith on our teachers, if we give autonomy to our teachers, definitely we can implement anything. If we have no faith on our teachers, no autonomy, everything will come from the top, then it will be very difficult to implement. Curriculum framework will be there, competency planning out will be there, the responsibility of the children to help the students to develop that how that is the responsibility. Then only
Well, sir, I have one question for you, and that is, if mother tongue should be the medium of instruction, so what should be the medium of instruction for language like English? Because most of the time, I think most of the English teachers will agree with me that there's always an interference in the mother tongue with, in writing skill. So there is always an interference of mother tongue in writing skill.
Thank you, madam. Medium of instruction for English will be English.
Thank you.
We may follow bilingual approach. Initially, we may help them to understand using the mother tongue, but we cannot make the medium use English. We can speak English in mother tongue. We may be bilingual, but they don't understand. So that is why we are talking about multilingual. And children can understand, children can learn easily. We apprehend, but once we implement, definitely we will be successful. Because many researchers, children can learn many languages at the early stage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Language is learned. They say the way the child is language. So that's how you can.
I should have, prepared for both our speakers because, but anyway, we would like more questions from you so that we can clarify. Any more questions, please?
Hello, good afternoon. this is a question since I mentioned about the strength model, self-discussing the strength model. As you already mentioned that if the government have hope on the teachers to become implement NEP, so but I find very agree with the state board. When the state board recognize the strength model, that's what I've seen recently on the notice of the board. They have give a second chance to the third division students again to do improvement to their improvement exams in order to attain 45%. So where there's the strength model stands there. So I need some clarify that since if the board exams have not faith on the strength model as we have already spot out on the assessment. So if there is a lack in this area, again the state board will ask the students to do improvement. So where is the capacity for the teachers who have already assessed the students with some of the strength model? So will the strength model be approved by the state board?
Thank you. Actually, this is a very important question you have raised. So, we are talking about strength model. Keeping in view the modern learning theory. And we are talking about deficit model keeping in view the traditional learning theory. And when our focus is on content mastery, their deficit model may help because we expect all our students to score 90%, 100%, they should have mastery over the content when giving remedial teaching. If our objective is to help a student to develop the competencies, develop their potentiality, then strength model will be the appropriate model. That is why in modern theory, our purpose is not to develop the mastery over the content. Purpose is to develop the skills and competence and to identify the talent, what they have. That is why when we are going to implement this policy is talking about the competencies, policy is talking about the skills, and that we can develop following the strength model. To see the implication of the strength model, this is even our from religion or even our day-to-day life, when we appreciate, that means our friends or maybe our family members or even our students, they will excel. If we do not appreciate, then all the time we try to find out the fault, then it will create problem. That is the example in our day-to-day life. The same thing we are going to apply in teaching learning. And we have to see the strength, what are the good qualities, what are the abilities the child is having. If we can do that, definitely we can improve, bring about change in the quality of education, and we can develop the skill. We help in the development of skills and competence, development of potential. For content mastery, we have followed this deficit model, giving remedial, but that is not going to serve the purpose in future. That is why I highlighted this strength model and deficit model, and particularly in the context of assessment, this is reflected in this NCA foundational stage to go through the findings. Thank you.
Yes, anyone? Anyone in the house? I think you're, yes. Yes, please.
So, in the interest of the students, the new batch that will be exposed to this education policy, with the passage of time, they will accommodate themselves and learn how to cope up with this. But there is a huge mass of students who have already gone halfway or more than halfway without this education policy. And more or less, they could be the batch who would be the next bunch of people who will be exposed to the industry who will require students to be employed with the skills that are coming up with the education policy. So these students need to do extra background work to get a part with these qualities. So how does the policy plan on backing up these students because they will need some extra efforts to come up with these new skills?
is a challenging question. Whenever we implement something, definitely those who will be exposed to that will be benefited more. And those who have already completed their education, it is not that they have gone on their own way. And now we want a change in the system. That is why what we expect there should be more collaboration between school and community. There should be more collaboration between the industry and the educational institution. Even IIT, even ITI at the school level and polytechnic, they should also have collaboration with the school. Because we are going to more focus, more emphasis on this vocational education. So more collaboration, more cooperation among different institutions functioning at different levels. Definitely bring about change will help in implementing the policy. Those who have already left the school for the more they are learning on their own what they can learn, they can replace their knowledge whatever they want. But we have to bring about change in the future. Now we are going to implement. While we are going to implement, we have to definitely take care of everything what is happening in our society. And we have to contextualize. That is why I most important. Because in NCF 2005, there is a point that there should not be gap that is what is happening in the classroom and what is happening outside the classroom. We should try to minimize that gap because actually we are preparing for children of the society, for the community. So they should know what is happening in the community. So that if we can contextualize, then we can address many issues. Because what we are teaching in the classroom, if that is not related to their day-to-day life, then what will do? That is why we are talking about the skills and competency. That means after completion of school education or higher education, if they have required skills and competency, they can adjust to any situation. Because of this industrial revolution, that we do not know what type of job will be available in future. The job available now, we have never thought of. Similarly, in future, what type of job will be available, that we do not know. So in that context, what we need the basic skills and competencies. If our children are having problem ability, critical thinking, then they can adjust to any situation. They can face any challenge. They can convert that challenge into opportunity. If they have only content mastery, they know they have mastered over different subjects, they do not know how to apply. They do not understand, they are unable to comprehend. Then that knowledge is not going to help. And that is the implication of policy. Develop the skills and competencies so that our children can adjust in any situation, in any changing scenario. And in future, because we do not know what type of job will be available. If they are having critical thinking, creativity, problem-solving ability, then they can adjust to any changing environment, in any changing situation. That is the spirit of this policy. That is just moving towards competency, not just content marketing. Thank you.
There's another point also which the policy talks about. Is flexible in terms of even students. I'm not very sure of the grade, but they can exit at the school level, and then they can join and take up education so that they can be, as Sir rightly pointed out, equipped with the skills that will prepare them for the job markets and so on.
I'd also like to add to what both of speakers have said. What we can do is we can have these bridge courses. If students require to obtain certain skills, maybe we can see what is the need of our students in school. Because I'm sure maybe these bridge courses can be offered even online. So if if they go through the portals, they will be seeing the courses that can be offered to them, and I'm sure they will be getting a certificate based on their interest. So we have many vocational courses which are given online as well. And if they're interested, for those who do not have the advantage of this NEP 2020. So I think the schools can also see and look into this matter, because I know it's difficult, but if we have these online courses, maybe you can suggest and guide your students in order to be able to be equipped with these skills and competencies which are necessary for their job markets. But if they have already, if they are already in the NEP 2020, like what our two speakers have said, I'm sure they will be also benefited. And with regards to the internship program as well, sir, we would like you to also, give us some, insights about the internship program, because many of the schools, and now the NEP states that internship programs should start right from class 6. So, sir, if you could just highlight on this, I think it will be very beneficial for our teachers here. Internship program right from class 6. Well, how to go about it is internship program?
Actually, if you see the recommendation of policy of this middle stage, that means it has been recommended vocational education will be integrated from class 6 onwards. And we cannot integrate in theory. And we have to give them exposure. That is why it has been recommended they should visit local community, what is happening in the local community, what type of vocations are available in the local community. That they should visit. And the community expert also should visit the school. Those who are experts and those who are having some expertise in on different vocations, they should also visit the community. So school community relations is strengthened. Then number 2, it has been recommended children will come to the school without school bag. Some days, not all the days. Some days they will come to school without school bag. Can you think of this now? Because without school bag, without textbook, we can see that now it has been recommended they should come to the school without school bag. If they come to the school without school bag, then what type of activity they have to perform? They will visit. And now also we are thinking of having collaboration with the IIT, ITH, Polytechnic, the school, because they are replacement and they are working on the school is working on general education. And now we are thinking of one place where general education will be integrated. So whatever possible, that exposure will then only it will be possible. Now what do we do? That they, when they are working in group, they are not only developing their skills, they are developing the spirit of collaboration, cooperation. Because in democratic country for effective functioning of democracy, we don't need competition, we need cooperation, collaboration. The spirit of collaboration developed inside the classroom when they are working in group, when they are assigned different tasks and try to implement some projects. Related to vocational education, we can give them some project. You go and find out what is available in the locality, in group of students. Then you prepare a report on that. You present your experience, you conduct survey. Many activities we can think of and we can assign to our students. So by doing that, we have actually exposure and experiences. And that will really help in the development of skills and competencies. On all the skills and competencies we can develop inside the classroom while transacting the content, what is that? Let them be exposed to variety of situations. Both inside the classroom, using ICT, we can bring many things. Similarly, we can also take them outside what is happening outside the classroom. let them experience, let them manipulate or participate in different activities. That experience, let them learn, and we can ask them what you have observed before a report. Let them calculate their own hypothesis. Let them verify their hypothesis. That will help them in their construction of knowledge. That is the modern knowledge theory. That is if really we want change in the behavior of the students, then we have to provide them variety of experiences and variety of exposure so that they can develop the skills and knowledge. So this is my understanding about this.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving that clarification. First of all, I would like to thank our two esteemed speakers for the presentation, and whatever they have presented, I think are very pertinent and also it will be beneficial to each and everyone sitting here. And I would like to thank all the esteemed heads of institution, also the teachers for interacting with the speakers. And thank you for your patience. I think you're all hungry and now we've got to know that it is ready. So at this point of time, we will end this session. Thank you so much.
Welcome back to the afternoon session of our national workshop. The chairperson for the technical session 2 is Dr. Khasi. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce the chairperson of the session. Dr. Khasi is an associate professor and director in charge of the UGC Human Resource Development Center, Shillong. She has trained a number of participants and teachers of colleges and universities, research scholars, librarians, physical educators, and academic administrators. She is a member of many academic bodies in the university, and her administrative responsibility also includes special invited academic advisory committee. She has published, edited, and contributed immensely in publication of books and chapters in books, besides attending and presenting papers in various national and international seminars and conferences. She is instrumental in organizing seminars, symposia, conferences, webinars on various academic resources, and in 2022, she organized around 5 to 6 webinars on themes related to NEP 2020 alone. Thank you, ma'am, for gracing us with your presence. I hand the session over to you.
Thank you so much, for your kind introduction, and it gives me a privilege to share this session, this second technical session on a very important workshop, and also very meaningful because we are sharing this, which is a way forward for the state of Meghalaya, and we should give all the thanks to the administration of the Synod College as well as the Department of Education and Department of Sociology. So since we are running out of time, I request our esteemed speakers for the session if we can take the time for what has been set, that is up to 3:30. And I also request all the teachers to kindly put your questions in a paper. Okay, if there's any questions that you have for the esteemed speakers, I request you to kindly put it in paper, and this will be discussed at the end of the last session. So I invite all the teachers of the district of East Khasi Hills of Meghalaya to get to the second technical session, and I hope that we have a beneficial interaction with our renowned academic country, and these motivate you to go back and start with the implementation of the NEP 2020. So I take this privilege to introduce our first speaker of this session, a renowned academician. So we have with us Dr. Swati Popper Vance, who is the president of having 95 more years of existence and has contributed richly to the development of the education in the country. So we understand that this group of network has as many as 109 international schools that is spread across the country, and also around 102 partner schools with more than 2 lakhs of students, in the entire group of this network. And Ma'am is also the founder director of the Organized, which is again the latest preschool brand by the Organized Education Network. And she is also the president of the Early Childhood Association, as well as the Association for Primary Education and Research. And this is a body at the national level that ensures the importance given to the early childhood education, which is so very important, because when these children come to the level of higher education, it is what they are being shaped at this level. So we're very privileged, ma'am, to have you here in Shillong and in Synod College. So I hand over the session to you.
Namaskar and hello everybody. It's a pleasure to be here in not so cool Shillong. I have packed some warm clothes thinking Shillong is going to be very cool. And I think the heat wave has reached Shillong also. It is such a cool and green state, Meghalaya, and Shillong is very close to Cherrapunji. So everybody was expecting that it's going to be cool, but it looks like climate warming has caught up with us. I'm here to talk about the youngest citizens of this country. We are the most populated country in the world. That means we definitely like children. But when it comes to their education, it is only this particular national education policy that has said that 85% of the cumulative brain development happens in the first 6 years. And this education policy now says that 3 years of pre-primary and 2 years of primary will become foundational years. So if you have seen the National Curriculum Framework, which has come out for the foundational years, it's a 360-page document. Now many teachers and coordinators, etc., don't have time to go through those 360 pages. Now, one of the things that we love about the preschool is singing the ABC song, right? So I have also made an A to Z of the National Curriculum Framework for educators, for teachers, for policymakers to remember the most pertinent points of the NCF. So before I go into it, let's do a quick little exercise. Please put your right hand up. Wonderful. Face it forward. Now just turn it around and face it back. Now bend it and pat yourself on the back. You all are all educators, connected to education in some way or the other. You may be principals, teachers, professors, educators, but each one of you is contributing to the growth of the populace and their knowledge base in this country. So let's start with the NCF. This is the foundational stage NCF. And this is the cover page. And I want you to see the design which is given by the government on this cover page. Can you see this round design? It's called the Mobius strip. And it's called the Mobius strip because it's unending. There is no end to a Mobius strip. And that's what the government wants when it comes to education in this country. It should be continuous. There should be no jerks between pre-primary and primary and primary and secondary and senior secondary. So please remember this Mobius strip. For all those who are going to be involved in the foundational years education, 2 more documents have been released by the government. The first document is called NEP, and it focuses on literacy, foundational literacy and numeracy.
And the second document, which is very interesting, is called Vidya Pravesh, which means when the child goes from the pre-primary to the standard 1, usually there is a continuity jerk. There are some children who have not attended preschool and they come to grade 1. So for them, for all children to settle into grade 1, the government has come out with Vidya Pravesh. It's a 6-month curriculum which is play-based, which will get the whole class on the same level. Raise your hands, all of you, if you learned these things before the age of 6. Okay? Before the age of 6. How many of you learned to talk? Come on, raise your hands. How many of you learned to walk? How many of you learned to read? How many of you learned to write? How many of you learned to count? How many of you learned to say please, thank you, sorry? See, your hands are going to remain up. Because you learned in the first 6 years more than you will ever learn in any level of your life. And that is why the first 6 years are so important. I'm going to show you some slides which are from Reggio Emilia in Italy, which will tell you the importance of the first 6 years. Because many of you will be fathers, mothers, educators. You all must understand the importance that if the child is taught correctly in the first 6 years, the child's brain does develop. This is a photograph of an 18-month-old baby. You can see that the child is going through a magazine. The child stops at a particular picture and points to the teacher. And what is the child pointing at? The child is pointing at the picture of a watch. What does the teacher do? She shows the child her watch. The child touches her watch. What does she do next? She makes the child hear that there is a sound to the watch. Now, I'm going to show you the proof that children have a brain, and if you teach them properly, they can connect. What has the child done? The child connected that the picture and this is the same. So if this has a sound, the picture must also be having a sound. This is an 18-month baby. If taught correctly, can learn for life. That is the power of a good education. So in the NCF, A stands for age of admission. The government wants in the entire country, the age of entry into nursery should be 3 years, which will mean that the age of entry into grade 1 will become 6 years. Right now, in some states, children as young as 5.5 are entering grade 1. Now, they are doing a curriculum which is meant for a grade which is 6 years old, which is not fair. Let's go to B. And if you see the NCF of the foundational years and of school education draft which has come out, many of the things are quite similar in both of them. Many practices are such that you can take them right up to the senior secondary level. The NCF talks about behavior management, how to understand children, and defines behavior as 4 different behaviors. You know how we label children? We label them fidgety, does not listen, does not learn. So there is a section completely, and if you look at my slides, I have mentioned the page number where you can find it and the section number. C stands for safety and security, and the NCF talks about physical, emotional, and also talks about sexual abuse. We rarely talk about sexual abuse, but it is very important to understand that children in our country are sexually abused, and we should make them aware by teaching them about good touch and bad touch. The NCERT professor before this spoke about self-assessment, that how important self-assessment is, and the National Curriculum Framework talks about self-assessment. It says, give little smiley faces in your worksheets, in your books, and ask children to assess themselves, or ask children to assess the activity. Did you enjoy the activity? Did you find the activity boring? So look at the self-assessment that's been given. E stands for early identification of delays. There are children who have developmental delays, and our teachers today are not equipped to handle these children or to support these children. We straight away go to a counselor. I need a counselor. I need a counselor. But the basic support can be given to them if you follow the guidelines given in the NCF. F stands for the 4 trajectories of learning. You know, when we correct things in school, we say good or excellent, or we give them a star. The NCF says don't do all this. There are 4 levels. Level 1 is called beginner, which means the child is trying to achieve it with adult help. Level 2 is progressing, the child is doing it with adult help. Level 3 is proficient, the child does not need adult help. And level 4 is advanced, the child is now teaching other children. So use these terminologies is what they have said. G stands for gradual release of responsibility. The government wants that we should be able to make children independent. You know, one of the worst parenting practices in India is we want to keep supporting our child all the time. If the child can't do something, we say, I'll do it for you. If the child can't tie their shoelace, I will do it for you. You're not empowering children. And then you say, stop following me around, stop sticking to me. But on one hand, you're making them so dependent on you. And on the other hand, you say, become independent. Why are you not becoming independent? GRR helps teachers understand gradual release of responsibility. Report cards. As a nation, we love report cards. But the NCF says, not in so many words, but how I interpret it is, that a child is not an accident to be reported. You need to have a holistic progress card about the child. Holistic means this: developmental assessment, how the child is growing in the various areas of development, and learning assessment, how is the child learning in the classroom. This is called a holistic progress card. We must know, if I were to show you today photographs of film stars, you will be able to recognize all of them. Yes or no? But if I ask you to recognize these people, how many of them are you able to recognize? You'll be able to recognize Mahatma Gandhi, you'll be able to recognize Tagore, and you may be able to recognize Maria Montessori. But these are the stars of all educators. You must learn about them. Gijubai Babeka was an Indian educationist who set up the first story pedagogy school in our country in 1940. Before independence. And this NCF talks about story pedagogy. It took us 75 years to listen to Gijubai Babeka because we are not aware of Gijubai Babeka. So, I stands for Indian and Global Pioneers. J stands for joy, choice, and wonder. The NCF clearly tells teachers 3 mantras. If you can bring joy in learning, if you can bring choice in learning, children would have the wonder of learning. Don't snatch that away from them. Look at this. Look at our country and its art forms. Can you see this? These are art forms of different states. Look at this. There are toys available of the art forms of different states. But what do? We don't focus or expose our children to the art forms of this country. And then we say we are a very divided country. Art, stories bring us together, and it's very important to include it in the curriculum. K stands for keeping differentiated learning activities. There are some children in your class who are doing okay, but there are some children in your class who are doing much more than the other children, but we give them the same activities. It's not fair. Some children could be gifted in your classroom. For that, the NCF talks about differentiated learning activities and how you can give them for all children. Literacy, foundational literacy is now the mission of our country. And look at how foundational literacy develops. LSRW, listening, speaking, reading, and then writing. But we do it opposite. We want children to write first. We are not bothered whether they can read what they are writing. If you're trying to teach a language to children, it is listening, speaking, reading, and then writing. The NCF talks about having a mela for teachers. What a wonderful concept. That have a mela where different teachers from different areas will come and showcase their best practices. So much of learning happening when you have a mela for teachers. N stands for numeracy. Foundational numeracy is again this country's mission to achieve. And we are all part of the Nippon Bharat mission. And this also says the the brain learns first through the hands and then the brain. So when you are teaching numbers, use objects like this. You cannot teach numbers by showing children a number 5. That means nothing to them. I must know that this is 5. I must know that this is 5. I must know that this is also 5. So when I know the quantity 5, I will really understand it. Look at how shapes can be taught through the whole body. It's very important to understand that the NCF talks about experiential learning. Move away from bookish knowledge. Bring the whole body into the learning process. O stands for outcomes for learning. And there is a beautiful chapter on smriti, which means memory. And brain development is something that teachers have never been interested in. But that's the organ in the body that you are actually teaching to. So you must know about how memory develops, how it goes from short term to long term, why some children in your classroom forget again and again, and why some are able to remember. P stands for Panchakosh, and I think this is one of the best elements of the National Curriculum Framework. We talk about the 5 areas of development: physical, cognitive, emotional. The Panchakosh, look at the Panchakosh. Look at physical development. It talks about Annamaya Kosh and Pranamaya Kosh. Outer physical body and your inner physical body. Professor Abba ma'am is here today, and tomorrow is her session. She's going to do a session on breathing and relaxation, etc., which is part of your Pranamaya Kosh. Why are we a country of yoga? Because we believed that we need to be internally also strong and healthy as much of externally strong. Q stands for quarterly planning. You know, we give a whole year's planning to a teacher. No, the NCF says break it up into quarters. So the teacher is able to have bite-sized planning for her to implement. And R stands for relationship between teacher and student, teacher and parent and child. Very importantly. Sadly, in our country, we have a keep-off policy when it comes to parents. Pay the fees, but don't come inside the school. This is our school, we know what to do. We cannot do that. We must have a parent partnership. And it is so beautifully outlined on page 45 of the National Curriculum Framework. Strategies of teaching. Which kind of method do you want to use for teaching? You want to use the listening method, which is what you all are doing right now. You want to use the modeling method, which means I show you something and you do something. Solving problems. Questioning method. Let's try a question. What color is the sky? Come on, what color is the sky? Most of you said blue, right? Now, if I were to ask you, why is the sky blue in color? What will be your answer? See, everybody's quiet. Why? Because our school taught us only that much. What color is the sky? Blue. Ask today's child what color is the sky. There is a pink. There is a red. They are not afraid because they have seen those colors in the sky and they don't talk to please the teacher. And today's child is going to ask you, why is the sky blue in color? So go to Google Auntie today and ask her. I said Google Auntie and not Google Uncle because women are smarter than men. T stands for toy and story pedagogy. My PowerPoint is available with the college. It can be sent out to all the participants because you need to see this poster given in letter T. I have done a research on the toys of every state of this country. Every state of our country has different toys. And yet, we only give children plastic toys in our schools. Why? So that it won't break. Is that good? We're not giving sensory information to children. Sensorial activities. We have toys, we have shell toys, we have enamel toys. Very important. And as I spoke in the beginning, Bijubai Vadeka, story pedagogy. He taught through stories. Very important. Please read his book, Divaswapna. Divaswapna means daydreaming. And that was his experiment in education. It's available, free download again on Google Auntie. You just have to type Diva Swapna. It's a very small booklet. Please read it. U stands for understanding. We plan lessons, but we don't know the flow of a lesson plan. And this Panchari is not only given in the National Curriculum Framework for foundational years, it also finds itself in the School Education National Curriculum Framework draft. Panchari, the steps of a lesson plan. Aditi, Bodh, Abhyas, Prayog and Prasad. So beautifully explained, you go to pages 85 and 86. V stands for Vikas. Again, Vikas should be outer to inner and inner to outer. Very important. It talks about Sharirik Vikas, Pranik Vikas, Mansik Vikas, Baudik Vikas and Chinsik Vikas. W stands for which approach are you going to use in your classroom? The project approach, the story-based approach, the theme-based approach, or are you going to use an eclectic approach, which means a combination of all of the above? For me, X stands for Zenacious, because I find the NCF is Zenacious, which means filled with a yearning for change. Sir spoke about that we are not ready for change. Yes, but change is the only constant in this world. Imagine if the caterpillar was afraid of change. Would it become a butterfly? It would miss out on becoming that butterfly, that beautiful butterfly. We are at the caterpillar stage right now. And the NCF is wanting to turn the education system of this country into a butterfly. Why are you resisting it? Y stands for proper pupil-teacher ratio. I don't know how this country will achieve it because we have less teachers and more children. But when I was training some Anganwadi teachers and I told them, you won't be able to do observation because you have more than 50 children in your classroom. The Anganwadi teacher stood up and she said, "Nahi ma'am, hum kar payenge. Agar hum har hafte, if every week we focus on 7 children, in a month I would have observed all my children." That means it is a question of perspective and passion. If you have it, you will do it. And last, what the NCF has learned from the pandemic is zooming and leveraging technology. It says don't leave out technology. We are a world now which is technology driven. But at the same time, don't take technology seriously or at its word. It's a human being who has made ChatGPT. So there will be mistakes in ChatGPT. I have been playing around a lot with ChatGPT and I have found that it is sometimes making errors. So you need to know the knowledge if you are going to ask technology about it. So if you want to download this entire poster of the A to Z, you can go to this website, Early Childhood Association. We are a non-profit association doing a lot of work with schools. We don't charge. We do work with Anganwadis, Balwadis, SCRTs of many governments. And I try to keep my presentation short and sweet because as Indians we love sweets. Thank you very much.
Are you motivated to adopt the NEP 2020? So thank you so much, ma'am, for such an inspiring talk that you have given, motivating our teachers that NEP is not bad at all, but it is going to change from capital to upside. So thank you so much. We will have the discussion later in the evening, and I now. Now we will have the talk from our eminent educationists in the country. We have with us Dr. R. Ravi Chandran, who is the head of the Department of Humanities, Science, Education and Research at the Central Institute of Vocational Education. And the topic will be vocational education, the school level in light of NEP 2020, which is again very important because this document focuses so much on the vocational building of our children. So I invite sir for this talk.
Someone asked the Centerate, having so many legs, how you could manage so many legs community in similar time. Then the Centerate thought about it, how it is able to walk with the same sequence. Then it started meddling with the legs. It was not able to walk. So coming to vocational education, how many of you know about PSS-CIBE? This is Pandit Sundarlal Karna Central Institute of Vocational Education. No one? Have you heard about it? It's a constituent unit of NCRT, and we advise the central and state government on vocational education in schools. We develop several guidelines. We develop the curriculum, textbooks, and digital resources for vocational education in schools. We conduct several orientation and training programs for teachers and policymakers. And we do so many other things. So kindly do visit our website, psscibe.ac.in, to get more information about the discipline. In this session, we will be discussing about vocational education at the school level. If we see where it is mentioned about vocational education, from the historic time, from the Gurukul system onwards, you can see references on vocational education. But however, only in the current NEP 2020, lot of emphasis has been given on vocationalization of education and vocational education. So I will skip this. And after independence, every document mentions about vocational education in one form or other. We used to talk about work education, we used to talk about SUPW. Okay, in different forms, we have been talking about vocational education in schools. Now the main part comes from this CSS, the centrally sponsored scheme, which was launched by the Ministry of Human Resource Development in the year 1987-88. So that's the first time we introduced vocational education as a subject in the senior secondary level. And then later in 2013, we had the National Skill Qualification Framework. It is National Skills Qualification Framework, NSQF. Then in 2013, we had the centrally sponsored scheme of vocational secondary and higher secondary education. Then in 18, we had the Samagra Shiksha, which we are currently following. And then we have this NEP 2020. So what is NSQF? So much is being talked about NSQF with NEP 2020. This is the backbone of whatever we talk about NEP 2020. So from school up to higher education, we categorize whatever we learn into the various NSQF levels. So initially it was proposed from 1 to 10, and now it has been reduced to 1 to 8. So this NSQF organizes qualifications according to a series of levels of knowledge, skills, and aptitude. So this can be in any subject. Then this provides the multiple entry and exit between vocational education and general education. Then we have the recognition of peer learning. somebody has learned something by a non-formal system, then we can certify them and we give them the NSPF certificate level. And from that, they can come into the mainstream. Now, regarding this centrally sponsored scheme, it was launched by the Ministry of Education to integrate employability education in school education. The main purpose of this is to integrate employability education. So, whatever we talk about the employability skills, because these days the candidate may be having very good knowledge in his field, but many students lack the employability skills. But every job provider looks for employability skills. It may be a soft skill, communication skill, or your ICT skills, or degree skills. So nowadays everything is integrated. So more emphasis has to be given to this employability skills so that people get easily employed. Then this NSPF compliant vocational courses are offered at 2 levels. One is in class grade 9 and 10, where it is given as an additional subject right now. Then in grade 11 and 12, that is class 11 and 12, it is given as a compulsory elective. So earlier when it was introduced as a 4-year subject. From class 9 to 12, the student will be studying the same subject, vocational subject. But now they have option of changing it. Now it is a 2-year system. Class 9, 10, they can choose any one job role. And in class 11, they can change depending on their interest. So in 11, 12, they will be taking another job role. And all these vocational subjects, what we offer, they are all based on NOS, National Occupation Standard. And they have a fixed QT, qualification track. So we have various skills. Every skill is put into a set of skills. Then for a particular job, what all skills you need, they are all grouped together. And finally, we have the QP, which is based on NOS. Then in NEP 2020, it specifically mentions that vocational education will be on par with any other subject like physics, chemistry, biology. There won't be any difference. And the next point is social stigma. In the morning also when they were mentioning about vocational education, or anybody, whoever mentions about vocational education, they will tell gardener, carpenter, technician. So the mindset of the public, parents and parents and students, the mindset is that is having some lower level of job. Okay. So this is already present in the society. Vocational course means it is for the students who don't perform well. Maybe it is for the school dropouts. So NEP 2020 emphasizes the first step is you need to change this mindset. So nowadays, if you want to tell about vocational education, you should tell about robotics, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence. Vocational education can be in any field. It need not be carpenter or gardener. Okay, so we need to change our mindset. And for this, we need to promote vocational education. So that is the first step we need to undertake. By various events and media, try to promote vocational education in a positive manner. Because nowadays, the NEP 2020 emphasizes vocationalization of education. That means every subject, even you teach chemistry, biology, any subject, vocational education has to be integrated. So that social stigma has to be removed. Then NSPF talks of quality education. always we talk of quality of education. Then equitable and inclusive. Always we talk of inclusive education. And along with quality, equality, equitable. How many of you know the meaning of this equitable? So equitable means not giving the same level of entry for everybody. Depending on their level, you have to provide additional weightages so that they get the same outcome. They have the same learning outcome. So currently we have Samagra Shiksha, that is the one-stop scheme for school education. Whatever area you had SSA or RMSA, everything has been unified now. In this Samagra Shiksha, you see for the year 21-26, for this 5 year, you see they have allotted 3 lakh crore rupees. And vocational education also is included in this. So the coverage under this has been expanded to cover government aided schools. Earlier it was only for government schools. Now it includes government aided schools. But recently I came to know that in the Northeast, even the private schools have started vocational courses without any funding. The provision of a fund course for the students of class 6 to 8 has been made in Samagra Shiksha. So if you see the NEP 2020, most of the things have been drawn from Samagra Shiksha. Most of the things. Then exposure of pre-vocational education at upper primary level, internships, bachelor's days has also been included in this. So according to NEP 2020, the students of class 6 to 8, they need to be exposed to vocational education. So first thing is exposure. So for that, it has recommended 10 bachelor's days. So we need to expose the middle stage, that is class 6 to grade 6 to 8. We need to expose them to various vocational courses by various activities. There is no time fixed for this. You can plan your own activities. You can bring experts to have lectures in the school. You can take students to nearby workplaces. It may be a tailoring shop, it may be an automobile repairing shop, service station, a computer center, or a retail shop, anywhere. You take the students, let them get exposed, let them interact with people over there, let them find out why they are doing that, what they get out of that, what is the prospects. Okay, so 10 bachelor's days is very, very important. So it depends what kind of activity you are planning at the school level. So this can be even during vacation time. It can be even during certain holidays. So it can be any time during the year. Then it talks of hub and spoke model. So most of the time we tell we don't have the resources. So NEP 2020 clearly tells let us share the resources. So that is why morning experts are telling about school complexes. So nowadays we have to create what is hub and what are the spokes. So hub will be given more priority to develop the facilities, and the nearby schools can utilize that. So hub need not be a new thing. It can be an already existing institution, it can be a polytechnic, it can be an engineering college, it can be an industry. Anything near your area can be used as a hub. So whatever facilities is available, you should try to share with others. Now coming down to NEP 2020, it talks of covering 50% of learners under vocational education. That is, 50% of students both from school and higher education should be exposed to vocational education. and that has to be done by 2025. So we are already in 23. So how this is possible? We need to go beyond the existing system. So vocational education can also be tried on distance mode. Okay, the theory part you can learn by distance mode. But the skill part also can be learned by distance mode, but not completely. Ultimately, you need to have hands-on training to acquire any skill. So now we are developing virtual labs on various vocational sectors. So students should be exposed. You should have the hub and spoke model. You should try to use the local resources. We should share whatever we have with others. And by expanding in various modes, you will be able to achieve this target of 50% students getting exposed to vocational education. Then vocational education needs to be integrated with the general subjects. So there won't be any new vocational teacher for this. All the existing teachers have to be trained on what is vocational education and how they will integrate vocational education in their regular teaching of that subject. So vocational education is compulsory for every teacher. Then for resources, we need to collaborate with nearby institutions. So occasionally if you write letters to nearby institutions, you may not get any reply. So for this, we must have personal networking. So you should develop that personal networking with the nearby resource centers. So only by that we will be able to achieve this sharing of resources. Then skill labs will also be set up and created in schools in a hub and spoke model. And Lok Vidya, NEP 2020 clearly emphasizes on Lok Vidya, that is the local knowledge. Whatever local knowledge we had, that should be emphasized, brought to the mainstream. And skill gap analysis, mapping of local opportunities. Now, what vocational course to be started in a particular school? So it is not that from the higher authority you are given a list of courses to be undertaken. So, what course to be introduced in a school depends on skill gap analysis. So you should try to analyze what skill exists now and what skill is required in future, or what skill the industry needs. So most of the engineers are without any job. They are not unemployed. Somebody was mentioning. The main reason is, if you see the course content, it doesn't match with that of what industry needs. By the time you develop curriculum textbook, by the time the course gets completed, technology changes and the skills also changes. So always there should be a thorough planning of skill gap analysis. Only based on that we will have to introduce vocational subjects because it is highly dynamic. Then find various models and practices. Always we visit other countries. South Korea has 96% of employees from the formal sector. India has less than 5, around 3 point something. So it is not immediately, we should not copy that system into our system. Because both the basic structure is different. India is the most populous country. Population will be one of the main issues. So when population is more, that is connected with several other social issues. So we can visit other countries, but we should study the feasibility of having that system integrated in our system. And for vocational education, there are several models in different countries. Germany, they have different model. US, they have different. Australia, they have different. South Korea, they have different model. So that model may not work as such in our system. Then NEP talks about experiential learning. Students should experience. Whenever you experience something, you will not forget. your understanding will be maximum. So whatever student learn, that should be based on experiential learning, that means hands-on learning. Then credit-based framework. This is another most important thing, like NSPF. We talk of anytime exit, anytime entry during our complete education system, mainly in the higher education. Anytime you can leave after getting a certificate or a diploma and again come back and continue the same course. So that is possible only by NSPF. So now we are working on credit-based system. Student can earn particular credit, and that we can use for other purposes when he is going for other horizontal or vertical mobility. So I will skip these things. Now for our regulatory institution, we have Central Ministry, State, NCBET, National Council for Vocational Education and Training, NSDC, Sector Skill Council. Like that, we have so many institutions. At PSSCAG, we are doing several work like preparing NESTA modules for our vocational education, training of vocational teachers, pre-vocational education, incubation center, vocational pedagogy, national professional standards for vocational teachers, learning outcome-based curriculum, and competency-based assessment. And we have developed a guideline for 10 backless days, guideline on fun-based activities. These are meant for class 6 to 8. Then we have developed a vocational interest inventory. We need to know what is the interest of the student. We need to give guidance and counseling so that they choose the right vocational subject in class 9 as well as in class 11. And skill-based aptitude test, futuristic job roles, virtual lab, employability skills. Then role of principals. The role of principals will be mostly of coordination, monitoring, and evaluation. So this is the best part. Recently, we conducted the national consultative meeting on vocational education. What is happening in vocational education throughout India? So based on that, we have the best practices from Meghalaya. They have skill hub initiative for out-of-school children. Hub and spoke model in which the trainer from the hub school will go once or twice to spoke schools. They have launched pre-vocational education. Innovative projects like working on drone technology and one NGO. They were engaging students in making momos, making and selling. So making and selling means that covers almost A to Z qualities, the skills required to become an entrepreneur. In Nagaland, private schools have introduced vocational education without any aid from the government. Sikkim pre-vocational education will start from this year onwards, that is class 6 to 8. They have developed a teacher's handbook for organic agriculture. In Telangana, they have implemented hub and spoke model. They have established a career progression cell, gender sensitization. And in Karnataka, they have skill on wheel program. You need not have a skill lab in every school. You can have it in a vehicle that you can shift to different schools. So there is skill on wheel. Then project innovation for introduction to local skills and establishment of dual resource laboratories, introduction of skill hub initiative, providing old government vehicles to automobile labs, providing career guidance and vertical mobility to support students, registration of all vocational students to NAPS portal, at the National Apprenticeship Portal. And we have several other best practices in the country which we need to study and see the possibility of having it in our own schools. With that, I will end this session. Thank you.
videos as well as the guidelines that are present, and below that, these apprehensions and anxiety as far as 2020 is concerned is because we are not fully knowledge gap. What is their framework? What are their guidelines? So, this is the effort of each and every teacher in your institution. This is very important. Every teacher must first empower themselves with the knowledge what lies in the NEP 2020 and probably get over it. So thank you so much, sir. You have given a very detailed information on the part of the NEP 2020. Now we will have the talk from Professor Edward, who is the head of the Department of Education. And he will speak on encourage the delegates to develop a way forward for surveys.
Thank you very much, madam. Esteemed chairperson and speakers and class, esteemed resource persons and delegates. It's luckily whatever topic madam read that was mistyped, but because the skill is not related to skill-based education. Experience of learning. Rather than topic, national education policy and pedagogical innovations. Particular special reference to experiential learning. So I'll be discussing about around 7 experiential learning pedagogical practices. If time permits, I will be discussing the main ones. So before I go to discuss about different innovative pedagogical practices, I will be first tell you what is pedagogy. Sometimes teachers, because for teachers and parents, sometimes many teachers they misinterpret as method pedagogy as method teaching. But pedagogy is not method of teaching. It is a whole practice of teaching. Entire practice of teaching means teaching and learning, or teaching and learning never happens in classroom only. And something also goes on before school, before classroom activities, and before teaching, and some activities also after teaching, like assessing learners and home assignments and so on. So when we say pedagogy, it refers to the entire practice of teaching and learning, starting from objectives of teaching, nature of learner, instructional plan or lesson plan that we do, and also it includes the contents and methods and media. And method teaching is a part of pedagogical practices, and also our assessment mechanism, and also role of teachers and other stakeholders like parents or SNCs. So, in a nutshell, you can say pedagogy refers to everything that supports student learning, whether it is directly like classroom teaching or indirectly through other means. So then coming to very quickly about what is innovation. Similarly also, we have many misconceptions about innovations. In our national education policy, innovations is mostly highlighted. Not only innovations in teaching learning, but also innovations in assessment. Whatever in the previous session, Professor Senapati was telling about different assessment practices like peer assessment, learner self-assessment, teacher assessment, and so on. And 360-degree assessment or holistic assessment. These are all innovative assessment practices. And also many pedagogical practices that I will be discussing. So, it is not, it is different from invention. Sometimes we say inventions, and we can also say that when we do something different, innovation means doing something different to achieve our goal. And there are many teachers, they don't follow only the idea approach or the Herbartian approach or any lesson plan, but there are different steps of teaching and learning. They do that in their own way. And for example, I saw today Madam was presenting about CC. She has presented in a different way from A to Z. So this is a kind of innovative presentation ideas. So similarly, innovation means doing something different. For example, I did one project in the state of Shillong. I visited 10 schools to document what are the innovative practices that are doing in the state of Meghalaya, Mizoram and Manipur. And when I visited students and I discussed with teachers, the teachers say, no, we are not doing something different. We are not doing something new. Then after discussion, I found that in all the 10 years I found at least one innovation. So it means that many teachers are doing innovations, but they do not know that they are doing innovations. You must realize that what new things I am doing, which is not told by the district administrator or our education officials. So that is what is innovations. Some let me tell you some myths about innovations. Like we feel that only there are some innovators, identified innovators, branded innovators. Innovation should replace old. That means anything that is old is not innovation. Innovation means it should be totally new. And innovations are technical. It means that it is not everybody's property. That means any teacher cannot do innovation. Then innovations are very rare, rarely available. Very few people do innovations. And innovations are costly and time consuming. It requires lakhs of money or thousands of money, and it takes more time. So these are all myths about innovation. So what is the reality then? In reality, as I said, as I visited 10 schools of Gujarat, and I found at least one innovation in every school. Similarly, in reality, plenty of innovations that are going on in our country by the teachers. They do it unknowingly, not knowingly, and now we should document them and share them. So, this is briefly I wanted to tell about what is pedagogy and what is innovations. Then, therefore, for understanding the pedagogical innovations that are there in National Education Policy 2020. So, first I will very quickly differentiate between traditional pedagogy, which I call pedagogy 1.0, and innovative pedagogy, or that is called pedagogy 2.0. Very briefly, let me just tell you what are the traditional pedagogy or pedagogy 1.0. Learning is very hard. It means that learning is very difficult. It is not everybody's property. Some students cannot learn. Number two, learning is based on a deficit model of students. Like as I had, he was telling about deficit model. That means the teachers try to assess what the students they do not know. If somebody is very good in sports, we ask him to sing. If somebody is very good in singing, we ask him to dance, and like that. So, learning is a process of information transfer and reception. That means learning means some information to be transferred. The teacher is like the full vessel and the students are the empty vessel. So some information have to be transferred to the students. And learning is a solitary process. That means sometimes people are doing that. But traditional learning where students can discuss, they are wasting time. So if a good learner is one who sits alone and reads or whatever, solitary. And better learning can happen by breaking contents of learning into parts, part by part. Not we are not talking about holistic learning, but traditional approach is about part learning, part by part. And learning is a linear process. That means, I can give an example that there also in our NCF 9/2005. Like if we ask students a question, what makes 3 plus 2? So all students should say it's 5. That means there is only one correct answer. But when you say the branching, learning is a branching process, we can ask reverse, like if the answer is 5, make a question. Make a question, the answer of which will be 5. So the students can think and they can prepare. You cannot, I have experimented it, you cannot imagine that students will make question which the teachers cannot think of. So this is what is called branching. So these are the key assumptions of pedagogy 1.0. And Paul Freire, a Brazilian educator in 1970s, who has written Pedagogy of Text, he takes that banking concept of it. It's like a banking system. Our education system is like banking system. But banking system, and he says it defines education. Our traditional system defines education as an art of depositing. Like you deposit in the bank, similarly, education means depositing in the brain of the children something. And students are depositories. That means where the things are deposited, it is deposited in the brain of the students. And who is the depositor? Teacher. Teacher is the depositor. So you see, this is what is called banking system of education that is still going on. Although we have said that we have done something miracle even before NEP 2020, but still that is happening. And innovative pedagogy or pedagogy 2.0, then nothing's one pedagogy like innovative. So, pedagogy 2.0 or innovative pedagogy is it can be any pedagogical, different pedagogical practices, but key features are learner's choice. If a pedagogy is innovative, then choice of learner must be there. There should be self-direction. It will not be directed by the teacher, it will not teacher directed, rather learner directed. Then learning tasks are flexible. Even today, I don't accept, we are talking about Hungarian states. But what we are doing also is every approach. Also we are 70 approaches, 90 approaches. There are certain states. And we expect our students that they should follow step by step. There cannot be any change. But in innovative pedagogy, there must be flexible tasks. And it allows the learners freedom in choice of media, in using the learning resources, when and where they will learn. That will be decided by the learner. And learners are not only the consumers of content, they are producers of content. It is not that content is produced by some experts or teachers. Students also they are not only consumers rather than producers or producer of content and ideas. They can also produce ideas. So now, let me tell you about what national education policy talks about some reforms rather than from caterpillar to like butterfly. So this is very interesting. The policy says learning should be holistic, integrated, enjoyable, and engaging. These are from the only NEP document, and also 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 curriculum and pedagogical structure. So when we say 5 plus 4 plus 3 plus 4, then it is not only the stages, but also some pedagogy is related to that. And you see the 4 stages, like the foundational stage, or practices should be flexible, pedagogy should be multi-level, flexible, play and activity based, and pedagogy of the ECC. That's called ECC pedagogy. And preparatory stage, again, that's a continuum. Not that pedagogy of foundational stage will be totally different from pedagogy of preparatory stage, or pedagogy of middle stage will be purely different from preparatory stage. So you see that in the preparatory stage, then we focus on reading, writing, speaking, physical education, art, language, and science and mathematics. So it is to some extent towards leading towards subject-based pedagogy. And at the middle stage again, there will be subject-oriented pedagogy, like on different subjects, pedagogy of science, pedagogy of mathematics, and so on, and also experiential learning within the subjects. I will be making a difference between learning on experience and experiential learning. So experiential learning pedagogy only starts at the middle stage, and for children in the foundational stage and preparatory stage, they learn from experience. But experiential learning pedagogy as a pedagogical approach, it happens only at the middle and rest. And again, secondary stage pedagogy, again subject specific, but at the deeper level. Then let us come to quickly. These are the some costs of pedagogical transformation, pedagogical reforms, but I will not be discussing these things. I will be skipping this slide. You see, these are 7 pedagogical approaches, rather 11 pedagogical approaches that are there in our NEP document, and I call them as innovative pedagogical approaches, experiential learning. So very clearly, it's an umbrella structure. It's an umbrella term. Experiential learning pedagogy is not one. Under that umbrella, you have art integrated learning, sport integrated learning, storytelling based pedagogy. You have missing different speakers, and also ICT integrated pedagogy or ICT pedagogy. Then we come to flipped classroom, self-organizing learning environment, then makerspace, then blended learning, critical pedagogy, and project-based learning. So let me first I will be discussing what is the experiential learning and how it is different from learning from experience. So you see, the fundamental principle of experiential learning is critical reflection. If our pedagogical practices doesn't contain critical reflection, which never happens at the foundational stage, then that cannot be called experiential learning. That may learn from experience, but as a pedagogical practice, that cannot be considered as experiential learning. So critical reflection. So sometimes it is not just a feedback. When we take the students to read, they learn, but there may not be critical reflection. If there is critical reflection, then it can be called as experiential learning, and that must be facilitated by the teacher. So, D.A. Cole, an American psychologist, he talks about 4 cycles or 4 steps of experiential learning, like concrete experience, feeling, reflective observation, watching, then abstract conceptualization, thinking, and active experimentation or doing. So it is a cyclic process, like you see the cyclic process. So we can say that it is not like in all kinds of learning. It starts from concrete experience. In case of some learning, it starts from observation and reflection. In some, it also starts from doing. It also starts from doing or active experimentation. Let me just give some examples. Please see the board. Depending upon the situation, the learner may enter at any point of learning cycle. I have told about 4 stages, but at any point learner can enter, but learning becomes more effective when all the 4 stages are completed. It is not important that from which stage it starts, but all the 4 stages, if all the 4 steps are there, then learning becomes more effective. Let me give some examples. For example, learning to ride a bicycle. It starts from reflective observation. When the child rides a bicycle, he observes how a bicycle rider rides the bike or bicycle. Then comes abstract conceptualization. Then he tries to understand the theory of how to ride a bicycle. Then he does he gets some tips from the friends, and how to use the clothes, then when to use like the brake and so on. And then comes experimentation or doing. Let's see another example. Learning from a computer program. It starts from doing. So when we see even mobile, when you give a child gets a mobile, it starts operating. And through operating, he learns many things without any. You must have heard about, many of you have heard about hole in the wall, one experiment, hole in the wall. And that is one Indian scientist has done, but in some other country, experiments. Similarly, for learning of algebra, it starts from abstract conceptualization. So you see, the steps are different, but all the 4 steps must be there to have a complete, have a meaningful learning. So this is what is called experiential learning, and you know about art integrated learning. You can teach the students what I am not going to discuss in detail, like you have visual arts, audio arts. Now art has done, has done marvelous experiment on art integration. So when I was a principal I we took one block, experimental block, and 633 teachers all were trained about art integrated learning, and that was a very nice experiment. Then coming to your sports integrated pedagogy. Sports was physical exercise, but now we say pedagogical practices. And these are all cross-curricular. Why cross-curricular? Because now we're talking about like science pedagogy, then social science pedagogy. But these pedagogical approaches like art integrated pedagogy or sports integrated pedagogy, they can be used to teach any subject, whether it is social science, whether it is language, or whether it is mathematics. Like similarly, storytelling indicated of storytelling pedagogy, the oldest pedagogical practices. Then coming to about ICT pedagogy, integration of ICT, and our national curriculum framework has highlighted on ICT integrated pedagogy. Although ICT cannot replace the role of teacher, but ICT cannot also lead ICT. So these are the things that can approach. I want to discuss all these pedagogical approaches because these both pedagogical approaches are highlighted. Still, here and there, we have flipped classroom or flipped learning, then soul, then makerspace, which we have started in one makerspace after visiting Professor Senapati also there in South Korea. They have makerspace there, and we have started one in Araido. Then kind of blended learning, as you all know, that COVID period in critical pedagogy, and that is there also in national curriculum framework. Learning as a project, teaching group project, and like happening at this. With this, I thank you for having me to support the organization of Synod College.
So we have come to the end of this second technical session, and I'm very thankful to all the eminent speakers who have come to the time. It was supposed to finish at 3:30 and which is one of the biggest sentences for about 10 minutes. And each of the three eminent speakers have highlighted the features of the NEP 2020 for school education. And they have also impressed on you the detailed information that has been provided by the nodal agency, that is the NCERT for school education, on the framework of how to be carried ahead of the NEP 2020 for schools. And they have also motivated us teachers to move forward, at least adopt and also adapt it, and gradually adaptalization will come in. So thank you so much for your insight talk on the NEP 2020. So as I told you, if there's any questions, put it in the paper and it will be discussed at the end of the third technical session, right?
We proceed to the third technical session without delay. I request our chairperson for this technical session, Professor Abhinav Sharma, kindly come to the dais. I also request our resource person, Mrs. Kavita Das, Principal St. John's, Chandigarh, and Professor Baha Neri, Dr. Vandaka from Jaya, Pakistan. I also request our students at the same time, without delay, we will felicitate them. Just one or two announcement. There's one, the restrooms are there. Announcing that earlier, there are two that side. There's a washroom as well as the other side from here. Another announcement is that tea will be served in the auditorium, so there will not be any tea break. And you can also avail your breaks. So, without delay, actually, I have a long list of things to introduce about Professor Abhinav Sharma, who is our chairperson of this technical session. I will speak very brief because of time and her requests. So, Professor Abhinav Sharma is the principal of BEd at SCRT, New Delhi, India. And prior to being a professor and assistant dean at the School of Education and head of planning and monitoring to the Goenka University, Gurgaon, Professor Abha is an expert in the area of teacher education, stress management, test
and measurement, educational technology, and science education. And so the long list goes on. But we will not further go on with it. So we welcome you, Ma'am, Professor Abha Sharma.
So, Kumno, Shillong. Namaskar to all of you. I will start with a little learning I've had in my life. We all deal with maybe little children or middle stage children or secondary stage children or maybe in the higher education. But everyone, rather, all of us are having a child's heart inside ourselves. So just share a learning of my life. Ladies and gentlemen, whatever attire you wear, sari, whatever hairstyle you have, whatever goggles you wear, footwear, everyone, students are never going to remember that. The only thing, ladies and gentlemen, they are going to remember is how you treated them, how you behaved with them. And that's the legacy you leave behind. So, but there is a little twist in the story today. I got attracted, and I'll never forget your beautiful attire, beautiful ladies here with the beautiful sandals, maybe because your behavior is far apart, and I'll never forget the behavior and attire as well. So, thank you very much for this opportunity, Synod College. I'm here as a chair for the session, and may I now request Mrs. Kavita Das, Principal of St. John's, Chandigarh, to be with us. She is having a 25 years of teaching experience, and she came to St. John's in 1997 and became a principal. So, without wasting much of time, may I now request Ms. Kavita to throw light on implementation of NEP 2020 at school level, a reflection from the field. Mrs. Kavita, please.
So good evening, everyone. I know you're all asleep, so let's just do a stretch. Everyone to stand, everyone to stretch properly. Come on, let's stand. I'm sure everyone's feeling a bit sort of stuck to the chair. So let's just stretch. Come on, hands up. Let's stretch. Turn to your right, turn to your left. That's it. Student game, Simon says, okay, so Simon says bend down. Simon says stand up. If I should just say stand up and you do it, then you're out, okay? So let's go. Simon says stand up. Simon says bend. Simon says touch your knee. Simon says touch your head. Touch your noses. Ah, gotcha. Okay, everyone, please be seated. Now, what you saw just now, what I'm supposed to be doing with you today is about the implementation of the NEP in schools, okay? So far we've been hearing a lot of theory, we've been hearing we should be doing this, we should be doing that. And as the advisor to the minister, Honorable Minister said, a lot of feedback about not possible.
It's impossible, it's asking too much of us, a lot of resources needed. How are we going to go about this? We're just teachers. But let me tell you, our school is doing it. We have 100% implementation of the NEP in St. John's and Chandigarh, right? And so I'm here today to show you how we do it actually. No theory. I'm showing you what we're actually doing in our school. Now, I won't have time to go into all the details because we don't have enough time for that, and I'm hoping to stay within the time limits, but I'll talk about main points. Now, first question is, how many of you are here have actually read the NEP? Be honest. Read it thoroughly. I was right. So, what I'm looking at over here is page 5 of the NEP talks about 21 principles on the basis of which they want the NEP to exist, right, in schools. And I'm going to cover how we do most of them in our school. So I'm going to jump over this, which is basically the breakup of the NEP, right? One thing it says is you've got to understand every child is unique. Remember that equitable teaching, right? So unique kids means every child is special, and you can't teach them as if they're a herd of sheep, right? You can't just say, get up, sit down, Simon says. That's good for a game. We have to understand every child in our care. And I'll tell you why it helps us as teachers. I'm a teacher myself. The minute you know your kids, you're able to handle them. Your discipline issues are zero. Because you know your kids and your kids know you. You know which buttons to press. You know what he'll respond to and what he won't respond to. And so you're able to handle your kids very easily, and discipline is not a problem. Teaching also becomes easier. Absolutely, 100% learning. Why? Because you're teaching them what they learn best and how they learn best. So how do you do this? How do you identify children? We have some very simple techniques in our school. I'll show you. Like during the parent-teacher meeting, the kids come in, parents come in, and we tell parents, in a million words, tell us about your kids. Now, obviously not, do you take it literally, but we tell them, tell us about your child. And if we haven't covered it in this, there are two sides to it, as you can see, then take a page and write more about your child. So you can see it's covering positives and it's covering the areas where they are fragile, right? He might be a kid who gets distracted. He might be a kid who's misunderstood. If parents have the freedom to tell us, and who knows their children better than their parents, right? Then you get a lot of feedback about kids. And what do we do with it? We then put it into a format. Now this format allows us later on, supposing I have to get together, there's a competition for singing. I don't know my kids well enough. I just come in, my kids are new, I don't know them so well. I can immediately go up in here and say, who are the kids whose parents say they like singing? And I can pick them up like this and get my job done, right? I also know that these kids are going to respond to singing when I'm teaching them. So when I'm doing teaching and I want to introduce a little singing, I'll catch these kids to do it, and they're learning as they're going along. So you see, I'm teaching them, I'm learning about them, and hey presto, both sides are benefiting from it. Okay? So you have to recognize and identify and foster the unique talent of every child, and that is through numerous activities we're going to have. But you know, activities are fun, and they don't have to be expensive. That's the key. Everyone says it's expensive. I say zero expense. Just have creativity in your school. And where you will find the creativity? From your own teachers, from your own kids. Get a committee together. Come on, come up with creative ideas. You see, they'll do it. And they give you brilliant ideas. I have never had to sit down and go outside and ask, how do I do this? I simply went to my staff and my kids and I said, tell me how we can do it. And they came back and said, hey, how about this? You've got enough talent in your own schools. You just got to draw on it. All right? Believe in your teachers. Believe in your kids. Trust me, they will rise to your expectations. Always have a very high level of expectations from your kids and teachers. They live up to it. You set the bar low, they live up to that. A lot of it is how. If you're positive, it works. So, we've got special kids, right? How many disabilities? Anyone know how many disabilities there are in the PWD Act? 21. 21 disabilities. Have seminars, get your teachers on board to be able to identify them. In our school, by class 2, we pride ourselves on, by class 2, we have identified every special child. And we have put into place special programs for them to be able to learn according to their learning abilities and their talents. So we have learning centers, but the first thing is to be able to identify the children. And if staff don't know what the learning disabilities are, then how are they going to identify the kids and how are they going to tailor-make their classes to the children? You understand? So it's really important the staff is empowered. The staff has the information. So train them. It doesn't take long. And by class 2, you will have got every special kid in your class identified. In your whole school. Getting special educators, but now NEP says no more special educators. Teachers are going to be special educators themselves, right? So what we have right now is collaborative teaching. The special educator sits down with the teacher. And the teacher and the special educator together formulate a learning style and a curriculum for that child, which will allow that child to learn according to his pace. Pardon me if I keep saying his, it's not a gender bias. I have an all-boys school. Okay. So I'm given to using the male gender a lot. But then, there are not only special kids who are what you would call in common language handicapped, right? There are kids who are unique kids, gifted kids. They are exceptionally talented children. Haven't you seen sometimes in class 2, I remember we had these twins, you know, we used to call them the Roshavilla twins because they were Bengali children and they always had the awe in everything they said. And they went to the zoo. And when they came back, they got into trouble because they were major dynamite, those two kids, okay? We had a time when they were lying in the middle of the road, refusing to get up. In the middle of the road in front of school, and the boys were panicking and picking them up. Anyway, these guys got into trouble in a picnic they went to at the zoo, and they came back. Now they're in class 2. And so we're asking them what happened. And they couldn't really express themselves to what. So one of them asked me a piece of paper. And on that paper, he drew the whole incident. Class 2. He drew the whole incident. And from that, we were able to make out exactly what happened. I mean, somehow they weren't that much at fault as they feel like, right? So, you know, find out what they are. They're gifted kids out there. What I did was I set up committees. I identified the different kind of gifts we have in children, set up committees amongst the staff. So those committees focused on that particular gift. And now, then they did a seminar with the staff. They told them this is how you'll be able to identify, you know, a child is exceptionally good at drawing, exceptionally good at acting, especially good, whatever. And then when the teachers suspect a child might have an issue, they go to the team. And the team then goes in and identifies. So it's not like you have to do all the work, right? You have to delegate, makes it easier for everybody and doesn't become a burden. Alright? Now, so gifted children are also special kids. Remember this. Special kids have a bad notion to them. They're not. Foundational learning, see how simple it is. Just put in fun-based things. This is the kind of stuff we do, okay? We teach them through, they have these big dice, which they throw. They're these big. And they throw it. And then they have to tell us now, how many numbers would you go ahead? So they count 1, 2, 3, it's 3 plus 3. They go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So they've learned. And through this learning, and through fun, they are learning. Right? And then if they come down, they have to come down the snakes and ladders, or they climb up the ladder or come down the snake and stuff. And they're playing with actual children on the board because it's drawn on the ground. So just create, and who did this? My art teachers did it. All I had to invest in was a little paint. Right? Nothing major, no major expenses. These were stickers which we got made and just put up over there. We have a math lab, so that makes learning. And for reading, I'll tell you, I'll give you a tip. A very handy way of making teachers learn how to read. Okay, it's called the 2-minute strategy. So what you do is, the minute every class, okay, bar none, every class you have to do this. The teacher comes in and says, okay, open a book. Now the same book has to be with the child. So we have class libraries and the kids issue this book every day. They have to read for 2 minutes. So one kid goes with his timer, start, and the kids are reading. And then he says, stop. Now the kids have to count the number of words they read. And in their diaries, they maintain a place where they read, today I read 45 words. And then after that, they have to draw 3 kinds of smileys, one of them. If they didn't understand what they read, then it's a downward smile. If they kind of understood, straight smile. And if they understood fully, big smiley, okay? Now, if you do this regularly, there are about 8 periods in the day, correct? So even if they're in class for 7 or 6 of them, they're reading for 12 minutes a day, concentrated, focused reading, you will find within a week, if you follow this, that the kids are moving from the down to this, and by the end of the month, they're all smiling. And they're learning to read very fast. So these are little ways in which you can encourage reading and numeracy in your schools, right? Flexibilities for learners to choose their learning trajectory, let them have fun, let them choose. Timetabling is a nightmare, but it's worth it. Well worth it, because you are creating a happy space for your children. If your kids are happy, they will learn. And they want to come back. I've just started Instagram, right? And I'm in touch with my boys. So one of my boys writes into me, who's just left, and he says, "Ma'am, I'm finding it really hard to be out of school." And I thought that's one of the biggest compliments we received. It must be a good space he was in, that he's actually missing his school, right? So don't have a separation between arts and sciences, especially in your 11 and 12. Let the kids choose whatever they want. Timetabling is a nightmare, but that's our nightmare. And that's something we have to put up with if we want our kids to be happy and doing what they want to learn. If kids are learning what they want to learn, why won't they learn? Simple, right? Skills, more important than rote learning. No rote learning at all. So these are different kind of skills we get involved with our children. We have vocational training. We've had it for about 7 or 8 years. We were a private school, right? We got in friends and all alumni and teachers and all that, and we contributed and we started our own vocational training. The kids are learning things like not only what the CBSE teaches, but my kids are also learning how to repair washing machines, ACs. And so now in school, my repairs are free. AC not working, come on, get in there, and all of them are learning. Who did I get? I got a master trainer. I found a master trainer. Master trainers are who? People who are teaching the repair personnel of companies. So he comes in the morning, before school begins, and I have my kids who are interested who come in, and these are mainly my EWS children, okay? And then I'm also teaching them, another one I'm teaching them is mobile repairs. Now during the lockdown, when their parents were out of work, my kids were earning money for their parents by going to different homes and repairing stuff of neighbors and earning. So remember somebody said, kids are picking up skill sets which make them employable. So don't only be hard and fast about, these are only the subjects which they are offering, so I can only do this nonsense. I also have automobile, I also have carpentry, I also have food processing, and all that stuff which is there at CBSE. But we go beyond that. Never let anything stop you from going beyond. That's education, right? So this is our vocational training, can you see? And when we started, we began pure EWS. But now I have at least 80 to 100 of my 160 kids applying for it. And I have to do draw vlogs of who's going to do vocational training. So don't think that it's got to be something they look down on. My boys are fighting to get into that class now, right? And now we've moved down the vocational all the way from KG, can you see? We've introduced vocational teaching in accordance with the NEP, in accordance with what CBSE's wanted. So grade-wise vocational skills, and they're building up, and as you can see, different kinds of skills coming in. So kids are getting a smattering of stuff, and that allows them to make an intelligent choice when they come to the formal choices they have to make, right? So extensive use of technology is another one of the principles which we are supposed to be using. Use it. Everybody's using it. Pandemic made us professionals in technology, right? So what we created was for every single subject, every single chapter, the teachers created PowerPoints during the lockdown. Now we're using those PowerPoints as resource material when we're teaching in class also, right? Emphasis on conceptual understanding, much more important. So remember, I showed you that snakes and ladders. As here you can see the kids are working with what are the different, the planets which they have to do. They're actually planting and growing. So they're learning about seasons. One class plants fruit, another class plants vegetables, right? So we have, and the third section plants flowers. So they're all learning what's growing when, how do you do it, how do you look after it. Practical teaching which they're enjoying thoroughly because they're out of classrooms, messing around with mud. What more fun can children ask for, right? Creative and critical thinking. So here you have in the center, can you see? the circle of what it happens, and then the questions around are asking them now use that information, apply it, and fill in the blanks. So kids are having to apply what they're learning to be able to answer. Very simple stuff. Interdisciplinary planning, as you can see. Now this is plants we're teaching. Look, in GK we did spices, herbs, medicinal values. In maths we did story sums about fruits and vegetables. In Hindi we talked about dhania, pudina, jeera, right? In English they had a role play. In value education they did teach us many lessons. We did the giving tree story, which many of you must have heard of, right? And then in art, they did leaf printing, and in music, they did a song about trees. So you see how you get into disciplinary planning? Not difficult. And where did I spend any money? Anywhere here can you see, except for vocational, which I had to invest a little bit in, have I spent money anywhere? Right? Art integration, look, this is how we did it. These are the stories, and this is how they did the art integration with the lessons. So it's just planning that's needed. If you plan, the NEP is a cakewalk. Okay, it's not tough. We're already doing it. And any school which has really been taking education as part of its passion, its vocation, will already have 9/10 of the NEP in their schools. Synergy in curriculum across levels of education sounds very fancy. All it means is you're taking the same concept and you're building on it every year. That's all it means, right? Fancy words for it. So here you can see we used the pattern in class 2, then we did more complicated patterns in class 4, and in class 6 we did what is a factor based on patterns. Simple? Any problems? Any difficulties? Any maths teacher will tell you this is the easiest way of doing it, and in any case, all education is step by step, isn't it? We don't give them a PhD in KG. So that's how we're going to do it. That's all it means. It's nothing new. Trust me. It's easy. Okay? They just made it sound fancy. That's all. Can you imagine? Synergy in curriculum across levels of education. Step by step. Simple. Right? Don't get scared by the terminology they're using. Simplify it. Holistic education. Lots of activities. Lots and lots of activities based on the syllabus, so that what they're doing is supplementing their learning when they're doing it. Okay? Ethics, human constitutional values, again, have a lot of outreach programs, have a lot of programs in school. Like for example, my kids, in every class, they work with a different NGO. But my KGs and 1s, they adopt animals in the zoo. Alright, because they can't do this. So their parents get involved and they go, and it's great fun. When you go to the zoo in Chandigarh, it's got these big banners outside, about 15 kgs, which says, I've been adopted by the KG in class 1 of St. John's. And the boys are into it. Now you've got animal education going on, you've got love, compassion, responsibility, generosity. Can you see all the values you're building into your children? And every year after that, they pick up a different group to work with. So we work from transgenders to lepers to the deaf, the dumb, the blind, the mentally challenged. We work with thalassemia kids. We work with old age homes, and they visit every 2 weeks. So by the end of it, the kids are so full of compassion. And then don't forget the EWS and special kids in the classrooms. Class 6, every week, 4 kids, okay, selected. One kid has a blindfold, another kid has earplugs, third kid has got his mouth stuck, and a fourth kid has his hand or a leg tied. And then each one has a buddy. And they have to last for 4 periods like this. So now they're learning what it's like to be handicapped. And at the same time, their buddies are learning what it means to take care of them, because we make sure that they have to do this during break time. So they have to go down the stairs, they have to negotiate the playing field, they have to come back with these things they want to talk, they want to see, they can't do it. So you're learning through experience and understanding, alright? Here you have the UN goals. So this is our planning as we do it. And so we ensure that during the planning, all these things are incorporated into the lessons. You don't have to have separate classes for these. This is a mistake we're making. When will I find time to do this? When will I find time to do that? You don't have to find time. Build it into your lessons. That's it, and you're doing it. Okay? Outstanding research. So children will automatically start researching because you're challenging them all the time to find out stuff. And that kid on the left, can you see him, the one with the medals and all? He is just won an outstanding research award from an international competition because he has worked on a little thing which you attach to your specs, and it helps you to sit properly because it sends signals and it tells you, are you sitting properly, are you at the right angle to your head, or is your head at the wrong angle, are you far enough from the screen, and so much so that the PGI, which is the equivalent, which is a very big government hospital in Chandigarh, has offered him a 50,000 research scholarship. Right? So, you know, your kids will automatically get there. You don't have to push them into it if you teach them to think. Life skills, again, start from KG. Teach them to tie their own shoelaces. Throw in gender sensitivity. My kids who come in without a button have to go on stage. So I have a box with buttons, sewing machine, sewing needles, and band-aids, don't forget. Band-aids, very important. But now, none of them comes without a button on your shirt. Then we have competitions where you have to learn to sew a pocket. They are inter-house competitions, okay? So boys are learning sewing, which is always considered the female thing, right? Table laying, sandwich making, cooking, have a cooking class, you know, have a club. So it's great fun. 3-language formula, easy. We are all doing it for heaven's sake in CBSE schools. We're all doing it already, so it's not a problem to do. Diversity, local context, we're already partnering with Daman and Diu schools, right? So we're doing that. Interstate, we are teaching our boys. Can you see my boys, how pretty they look in their dresses? In their Maharashtrian saris. So they're learning gender sensitivity as well. Those are boys, by the way, okay, not girls. And then community participation, I've already told you about. So here you see all those kids coming into school, where they come in for different programs, they're invited, and so you have a lot of sensitivity coming into your children and value building. Regular formative assessment. I'm not going to go into that in a big way because you've got a whole semester, a whole lecture on that coming up tomorrow, right? But you can see that what we do is we go with the multiple intelligences, we go with subject-wise performance and how are they performing. So it's level 1, 2, 3. There are no A, B, C, D, E marks, nothing, okay? Kids just get an idea and we get an idea where they stand and what we need to improve upon. That's all it is. Self-assessment also part of their report cards. Okay? So full equity and inclusion, very important. These are all the activities we do in our school throughout the year. Teacher training. It's not possible if our teachers are not on board. This is the crux of it all. Are teachers seeing what they're doing as a job? Are they seeing it as a vocation? And that's where teacher training is terribly important, to be able to orient our teachers. For our teachers, it is not a job. For our teachers, the children are the most important. They are what matters. We are called to take care of them. It is a God-given gift which we have. We must use it wisely and well. So teachers and faculty are part of the learning process. Capacity building, very important. So get your teachers to keep on doing courses, keep on building up their learning. They should not stagnate because learning is changing every day. Accountability. Look at our weekly lesson plans. Can you see that little thing on the right over here to be filled in at the end of the week in the center one? Can you see that? So that is saying, did I complete it? And if I didn't complete what I had said, what am I going to do to complete it? So there's accountability in what they are teaching, right? Continuous reviews going on. Kids rating teachers, teachers rating kids. So relationships have to be maintained, right? Sharing of resources. We are a leading school for the hubs of learning, as they are called by the CBSE. We are in 5 schools from the government schools are partnering with us. And no, we are not the only ones teaching. We are also learning from the government schools. They are incredible, the government school teachers, I have found. They're brilliant, and we have learned so much from them, it's not funny. So we don't have this, nose in the air attitude of, oh, we're the best. My school is rated number 1 in India, all boys schools, right? It's ranked number 1. But at no point in time are my teachers ever allowed to assume that, haughty. I think it is always, what more can I learn? So that is how we have made the NEP possible in our school. I pray I've been able to make it, show you it's possible. Okay? Don't get fazed by it. Don't get scared by it. It is something that is very doable, doesn't take much money. All it needs is passion, belief, and creativity. And not from you all the time. There are a lot of people around you in your school, in your kids. Take from them, draw from them. And I pray that all our schools are going to become great schools, which will make teaching and learning something that is genuinely delightful, and where schools become happy spaces for children. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I'm going to be running. I've received word my son is not doing well, so I have to get back to Chandigarh immediately. So I'll be leaving. I ask for your forgiveness, and I hope that what I told you was useful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kavita-ji, for your efforts. I think the holistic efforts, and appreciate your each and every activity which you put forward. Also, I thank you for disseminating the trust, because this is universe, ladies and gentlemen. You will show the trust will come back. So it's always a smile if you give, smile will come back. I just wanted to update all of you that in CERT, with consultation with the educators, special educators, and with the people who work on the ground, they have invented one app that is known as the Precious app. I don't know whether you have heard about it. So you can Google it, Precious app. It is in 2 parts, which speaks about 21 disabilities. So the part 1 is the part which can be used by any teacher, and part 2 is a special part which is used by the counselors and the special teachers and special educators. So go for it, learn how it is, and you can very well use it as well. So next in the line, may I now request Professor Balaida from NEP. She will be, I humbly ask for enlightening us with NEP 2020 and curriculum transaction and assessment in school education. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Balaida Thakkar.
Very good afternoon to one and all. Respected chairperson of this session, Professor Abha Sharma, my co-speakers, Mrs. Kavita Das and Dr. Vandaka Nikla, my former colleague, Professor H.K. Sanabati, my colleague N. Pradhan, my teacher, Professor Sumo, Professor Ipadan SCM, my also from NEP, we have Dr. Kwendari San, and my colleague from the SSCIPD, Dr. Ravi Chandran. So the topic which has been assigned to me in this session, it is on NEP 2020 and curriculum transaction and assessment in school education. It is a very, very vast topic, because curriculum transaction itself will take one session, and assessment also is a very huge and vast area when we look into the recommendations of NEP 2020. So to begin with, can I have the slides, please? Without much ado, I think I'll just start. I have given my slides. So there are lots of recommendations regarding the curriculum transaction and assessment as per the NEP 2020. And as you know, from the morning itself, we have heard about holistic development. This is also one of the recommendations of NEP 2020.
So when we're talking about holistic development, keeping aside what we have heard, in the morning about the all-round development on the different developmental aspects and dimensions of a child, which is equally important. Along with those developmental, areas, what also equally important is these four aspects. That is the knowledge, the skills, the attitude, and the values, which has also been recommended in NEP 2020. So what we need as teachers is to equip our, children, our students with right kind of knowledge, equip them with skills, the 21st century skills like the digital skills, the life skills, etc., etc. And attitude. When we're talking about attitude, the kind of education, the learning which is taking place in a classroom, we should see at the end it has to bring in some attitudinal change in the child. And also the values. So different values can always be integrated while we teach, any lessons to the child. It is upon the teachers how to think of, these values which will bring in while we are teaching. I remember once upon a time, CBS ministries, there was this discussion that 50% of the syllabus to be cut off. We need to integrate more of values in our syllabus. So in this new curriculum, these values will be integrated. So when we're talking about curriculum transaction, we have to talk about the pedagogy, because how do we construct the curriculum? How do we transact the curriculum? We transact the curriculum through pedagogy. It is through different kinds of pedagogy which we are help the teachers, enable the teachers in transacting the curriculum. So when we are talking about the pedagogy, even the NEP also talks about, in all stages, right from the preparatory, the foundational to preparatory to middle to secondary stage. At all stages, experiential learning has to be adopted, including hands-on learning. I think Professor Pradhan has elaborated on experiential learning. So when we are talking about experiential learning, yes, it is learning through experiences. But if we have to go beyond that, we have to see that that children, after maybe we have taken them to field walk, field visit, let them reflect. Let them reflect what they have observed. We take them to different kinds of, suppose when we are teaching, for example, we are teaching about the sources of water. Take them to different sources of water. After they come back, let them reflect. Maybe let them report, let them give a presentation. That is experiential learning. So in all stages, we need to, emphasize on experiential learning. So why experiential learning? Experiential learning we need to promote, because it will close the gap in achievement of learning outcomes. Learning outcomes has already been spelled out at elementary, secondary, and higher secondary stage. There are documents available in NCERT website. If you see, these learning outcomes have been well spelled out as per the subject and the class. So in order to bridge the gap, teaching is something else, achievement of learning outcomes. Sometimes we could not achieve these learning outcomes. So to bridge the gap in achieving these learning outcomes, experiential learning may be one of the, of these strategies which can help bridge the gap in achieving the learning outcomes. So classroom transaction has to be shifted. We all know from content to competency. Professor Sanapati has elaborated on this competency-based learning, and also the assessment tools. When we're talking about assessment tools, now Parak has already been functional at NCERT. So the assessment tools also now will be aligned with these learning outcomes.
So experiential learning, as I mentioned, will not only make us achieve the learning outcomes, but it will also make our children competent, because we move from content to competency. Through experiential learning, it will make our children to be competent. So how do we achieve this? It is through different pedagogical approach. So these different pedagogical approach, which I just want to highlight briefly, has also been recommended by NEP 2020. So the number one, the approach, the pedagogy, number one is sports pedagogy, toy-based pedagogy, art-integrated pedagogy, ICT integrated pedagogy, and storytelling pedagogy. But if you see the draft national curriculum framework, the draft national curriculum framework on school education is also there, for suggestions. It's available now, but it's the draft. But if you see that they have gone beyond these, pedagogy, those I will not touch, but I will just restrict to these 5 types of pedagogical approach which has been, reflected in NEP 2020. So number one, very brief. Sports integrated pedagogy can be implemented, can be used across curricula, which means we can use sports pedagogy in each and every subject. And sports pedagogy helps in attain physical activities. Nowadays, you see children are only, in mobile, in computer, only sitting at home, not going and play. So we need to encourage such type of pedagogy. And when we say sports pedagogy, we have to think as teacher, how do we use this sports in teaching the concept? For example, I'm just, it just came to my mind when you're talking about sports pedagogy. The games, games like hopscotch, which we did when we were young. So what that type of games and sports will help in attaining numeracy, foundational numeracy. Now we're talking about foundational literacy and numeracy. So by playing such type of games, it will help in achieving numerical foundational numeracy. How? Because when we play such type of games, we have to draw 1, 2, 3, 4. So that concept of numbers, it's just a small example. We can, as teachers, we can think of so many games and sports, like games like we call what is that? Maupoint, we used to do with, sometimes we used to wrap with cloth and make it a ball. And so such type of games also, sports will help not only on physical development of the child, but on psychomotor, because they are putting those stones, then it will help in balancing. So when we are talking about holistic development, we have to think of the different dimensions, different aspects, the socio-emotional development, the physical development, the cognitive development. So these, then we will be, attain the objective of holistic development. So the sports pedagogy will also help develop skills, skills like as collaboration, self-initiative, self-direction. If you see all these skills, it is there when a child is playing any games and sports, because you have to be disciplined, you have to be responsible, So such type of pedagogy, as a teacher, we have to think of in what way we will bring in the classroom in teaching the concept. So sports integrated learning also will in classroom transaction will help in bringing fitness in the child. It will be more healthy, healthier. So it also needs to foster holistic development that I have already mentioned. Then coming to art integration. Art integration is also one of the pedagogy which is plus curricular pedagogical approach. And such type of, if we bring art while we teach in the classroom, it is not only joyful learning. Because see, when we talk about art, we're talking about music, about dance, children will like. They like, singing, dancing, then role play, So it will bring in joyful learning in the child. So there are also research studies which has been found out that art integrated learning also bring about, development in the brain of the child. It leads to brain development with dancing, with singing, it leads to brain development. So besides joyful learning, art integrated learning as a pedagogy also, it tried to link between education and culture. For example, like a doll, dolls. Dolls also can be a toy. Toy-based pedagogy, we will come to that. So, but when we use a toy for art integrated, what we can use is, if we want to teach any culture, we can dress up, we can dress up that doll as Jaintia dress, as Khasi dress, or whatever. For example, these are small examples. So we are trying to bring in, the culture. We are trying to teach the child our culture. So this is how art integrated learning try to bridge in, link between education and culture. This is one small example. There may be so many examples like visual arts. When you're talking about arts, performing arts, then fine arts. So with clay, we can make the different kinds of fruits and vegetables. So they can recognize, different fruits, vegetables, colors, concept, color concept. So etc. etc. So there are many ways in which we can think of in bringing art integrated learning. For example, like Rangoli. Nowadays in here we hardly have that Rangoli powder available. So what we can do is with flowers, with leaves, we can design different kind of designs. So that also we are bringing art, integrated. So coming to toy-based pedagogy, I have not covered. So with toy-based pedagogy, when we are talking about toy-based pedagogy, it is it's the new concept now since the NEP 2020. So with toy-based pedagogy is any kind of a toy which the child can create, which can bring in learning. So we have like puzzles can be one. Puzzles can be one. There are many kinds of even local games and sports or local toys also will be available, which we can think of bringing in the classroom. So toy-based pedagogy, it's my request. There are so many, videos. There are so many materials available on how to integrate toy-based pedagogy in teaching learning process. In NCRT website. So do access those videos. You will get many ideas on how to integrate toys, in learning. Then coming to ICT integrated very quickly. ICT integrated also is, nowadays with the advance of technology, we need to integrate ICT. ICT integration is not only to show PPT, it's not only to show videos, but how do we equip our children to use different kinds of, different kinds of technology. That is how we strengthen our children in using the ICT. Then after that we have the storytelling pedagogy. Storytelling pedagogy with puppetry, different, like language as a subject, we can use storytelling through puppetry, which the child will be, interested. And through storytelling, we are also, We are also enhancing the skills like listening skills, which is very, very important, which is number one skills which we have to follow according to the different kinds of language skills. Listening skills is number one, which we heartily emphasize on the listening skills. So coming to those are different, briefly different kinds of pedagogical approach which we can use when we, which will help us as teachers in constructing the curriculum. So now quickly on assessment. So what NEP 2020 recommended on assessment? So NEP talks about board exams to be more flexible with assessment of essential skills. So skills, because we want our children to be competent, so those skills, different kinds of skills also will be part of our assessment process. I mean, different kinds of skills will also be part of the assessment process, not only the different kinds, the different subjects, but the different kinds of skills also now will be assessed. Then number two is the 360-degree multi-dimensional report card for all students. So now Bharat has already functional and NCRT, and the work is in progress in developing this 360-degree holistic report card. So one that is in public domain, it will be shared with all teachers across the country, and there will be those which will guide our teachers in how to assess our children. So it is in the process. So now when we are talking about assessment, NEP also talks about shifting of from rote memorization to one which is more competency based. That has already been mentioned. Then promoting learning and development of students. And also when we're talking about assessment, we have to also test on the higher order thinking skills, the HOT we call, the higher order thinking skills of the child. Higher order thinking skills like analysis, like critical thinking and conceptual clarity. Then it also talks about about the assessment as learning, what Sir also has mentioned in the first session. We have moved from assessment of learning, assessment for learning, and assessment as learning. Assessment as learning is the type of assessment where we take into consideration the child in our assessment process. The child also will be part of the assessment process, self-assessment. Then we will be having peer assessment, where the classmates, friends will be assessing each other. So besides peer assessment, we also have parental assessment. Parents also will have to assess their child, and teachers assessment. So that is assessment as learning. Then it helps schooling system in reviving continuous teaching learning process to optimize learning. Then the NEP also talks about the continuous tracking of learning outcomes of each child. Learning outcomes may be with the new curriculum, with the new textbook, new learning outcomes will also come out, but till now we are following the document which was developed, I think, in 2017. So for this, continuous tracking of learning, there will be artificial intelligence which will be developed to enable to track each and every child as to what are the learning outcomes which they have achieved. Then I think I have to rush. The Parag NTA National Wrestling Agency is in place now. Then this is the holistic progress report card, which is as per the NEP. So it is a multi-dimensional report card for all students, which will test the all-round development of the child. So I have no time to discuss all of this. So you see there, assessment by parents, peer assessment is going to be there, assessment by teachers, and self-assessment. And there is a bridge between home and school. Then this also will be also part of the assessment process. Support for gifted students and children with special talents. It has been observed that there are children with with talent which are gifted, but they have been neglected. So this also communities how the real exam will allow specialization in education of gifted children, and also NCRT and NCTE also will bring out the guidelines as how to assess and support these children with who are gifted and talented. So board exams to do away with coaching, there is so much of coaching culture nowadays. There are schools outside, which the children parallelly they are doing coaching and also studying. It's going on now. They go to school also along with that coaching, in the school itself. So to do away with that, so board exams has to be designed. And I think I have to rush. So what I want to also talk about is this, board exams, which has to be annual, semester, and modular type. So I think my time is over. So thank you all. Thank you.
With permission of the chairperson, I'd like to make 2 announcements. One, those who have not submitted your TA forms, please, there will be some students who will be coming around. Second is that those who have any questions to be raised, there will be a box which will be passed around as well. You can do that. Thank you.
It was a treasure listening to you, Professor. I hope everyone cherished the information session. Thank you. May I now invite to present Dr. Pandana Nikla. She is Associate Professor in Diet Singh, Meghalaya, and she will be speaking on school curriculum and NEP 2020 with special focus on school in Meghalaya. Dr. Vandaka Safin.
After I just announced that DA form will be submitted, the DA form is only for those outside Shillong. Thank you.
Before the chai comes, let's have an energizer activity. You have to tap 1 time with 1 finger, 2 times with 2 fingers, 3 times with 3 fingers, 4 times with 4 fingers, 5 times with 5 fingers. Then reverse 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So we will start. Little awaken, I think. Anyone, if you want to put forward any question, you may kindly put forward.
So, the portion that I get is school curriculum and NEP 2020. Mostly, as it's my area of specialization, so I'll be taking from the school curriculum. I will deal with the preschool in Meghalaya and along with NEP. As we know that in Meghalaya, we have a number of preschools which are in different categories, that is the government preschool, the non-government preschool, as well as the private preschools. But we can say that for the many years that we've been here, or for the many years that they are independent, we don't have a curriculum to date for the preschool education. We don't have a syllabus for the preschool education as far as Meghalaya is concerned. And don't be surprised, this is not only in Meghalaya, maybe other states as well. But as we are referring to Meghalaya, in Meghalaya, the situation of the preschools are such that the teachers are not trained. It's not that they are not trained, but it's because we don't have the training institutes in our state train the preschool teachers. Moreover, we don't have specialized books for teachers or teacher manuals. We don't have kind of worksheets, proper worksheets for the students, and so on and so forth. So the situation of the preschool in Meghalaya, it's not very pleasant. We can also talk about the issues and concerns regarding the status of preschool in our state. It is because most of the facilities for the preschool children, they are given to the academic centers of the ICSSR. But what is happening in our state is that all the children, they prefer going to the formal preschool setup. But of course, for nutrition and for health, they go to the academic setup. So in one side, we can say that the ICSSR have a good curriculum. Their teachers are also trained in the area of preschool education, but their work is so hectic that they cannot handle the preschool component. Whereas in the education sector, we don't have a curriculum, we don't have preschool training institutes, we don't have proper structures and infrastructures, but somehow we are running the preschool education from since time immemorial. Then, now when we talk about the NEP, so that what I have mentioned is just in very brief, I talk about the preschool education status in Meghalaya. Now, with the coming of the NEP, as we have seen the structure, we know that since morning meeting, it has been told that the new structure that has come up is the 5 + 3 + 3 + 4. So this is the first time in the history of the state or in India, I just say that the preschool education has been taken into the concentration that it has gone into the
the school stages, where we can see the number 5, that is including the preschool stage, that is 3 years of preschool with class 1 and class 2. So the NEP has covered the age of children right from 3 years up to the 8 years, which is known as the foundational stage. So the foundational stage, it comprises 5 years, as we have mentioned, 3 years of preschool and 2 years of grade 1 and grade 2. So, with the inclusion of preschool, as per the NEP, this is for achieving quality early childhood education. At the same time, we link it to, because we realize the importance of linkage of preschool education with grade 1 and grade 2. So, for attainment of the different domains of holistic development, we have the key initiative as NEP priorities. So, we all have heard of Nikul Khalan. Under Nikul Khalan, the state has taken up a lot of initiatives, which I will discuss a little bit later. Then also we have the Vidya Push, which is a 3-month play-based program for the preschool stage before reaching class 1. Then we have the NCFFS. This is what I've said, the first time in the history that we have an NCFFS, that is a foundational stage, that highlighted the importance, the pedagogy, the transformation, the aims, the principles of this foundational stage. Then, as you can see the slide, this is the first ever integrated curriculum framework for children between 3 to 8 years in India. That means we are connecting the preschool stage with grade 1 and grade 2. So, we can call it as the foundational stage. Apart from this, we also have the National Curriculum Framework for School Education, which some professors have already talked about, but this is in the draft form. And this is what I just want to share with you in brief. That is from our Directorate, which is the DRC, along with the diets, and yes, the DCS, our authority. We have taken out some intervention, some work regarding this FSN. And we have come means it's still in the draft stage. After the coming up of the foundational stage curriculum, the state has worked on the state curriculum framework for the foundational stage, which is in the draft form. The state has also started with the curriculum for the foundational stage. Maybe question, maybe you may question if we already have the NCL, why do we need the NCL? So, but since I'm part of this, so the NCL has come in place. It is because there are things which we have taken the NCL, FS and SE, but especially on the FS foundational stage. We adopted the NCL. There are certain areas where we adapted the area, but there are things that we have to bring it into the local context. Like Ms. Meghalaya has mentioned, we need to bring it also into our local context. So that's why the state will come up with the state curriculum framework. The state is also working on the curriculum for the foundational stage. And there are many training programs and workshops for the foundational literacy and numeracy, which we are working at the district level and also at the state level to train the teachers. And in this training, we have included both the preschool state teachers, that is the pre-primary teachers, or as we used to say, the nursery teachers, the KG teachers, along with the grade 1 and grade 2 teachers. Because the curriculum is like integration of as a foundational stage curriculum. And also, I'd just like to share with you that some resource materials have come up from the diets, that is from the
diet level. As far as my diet is concerned, that is, I am from non-strict diet, we have come up with a documented book on stories which we name it as Tales Across Our Neighborhood. And the objective of bringing this book as per the FLN and as per the NEP 2020, it is because of the realization that whenever we go to the market, we have all the books, story books for our children, but I can say that maybe maximum of the books, the story books, are all in English. So there is hardly any story books which is written in the local language, or from which the stories are relating to our context. That means the stories which I can relate to my area or to my neighborhood. So the Right Council has come up with this publication, which we have submitted to the authority. We sent to all the schools in Meghalaya, where they can use this in storytelling sessions. Another documentation that we have come up, which I'd like to share, as far as FLN and NEP 2020 is concerned, we have come up with a book, a documented book on tales across our neighborhood, and the other one is games across our neighborhood. So this also is of the realization that we need to bring or to document the games that we used to play during our childhood. That I played the game and that the games that you played during your childhood. So these are the games that we have collected and we have documented in the form of a book. And this also has been shared with the authority concerned, school authority concerned. So the third book that we are working now, which it's due to come up, and which is what Ms. Vara also has mentioned a little bit on that. We have come up with a book on toy-based pedagogy. Well, we realized that as belonging to this region in the northeast or in the region of Meghalaya, we have many resources in our vicinity. Well, we can use these resources as a low-cost choice. So this book has come up with that objective, so that teachers can make use of this, and that we will be at par. We will be at par in our area as far as the foundational stage is concerned. So these are some of the things that I would like to share. As far as NEP 2020 has mentioned that we need to bring out some documented books and we also need to document these books and disseminate them to the schools. So this development of what has been contributed and we are still working on it. Hopefully we will be able to contribute something to our state. So I want to go more into the slides because everything has been covered. Well, at the end of this call, I will say that we are all the stakeholders, so we need to take it from now. We need to communicate, we need to contribute, and we need to make a commitment towards ensuring about bringing about quality preschool education as far as Meghalaya on our state is concerned.
Deliver efforts, Dr. Bandaka, we appreciate it. Many thanks and much gratitude to the organizers and management of Synod College and all the three esteemed speakers of this technical session for their valuable experience and information sharing in the session 3 of this 2 days workshop on NEP 2020 implementation and implementation at school level. Thank you all for your august presence, your patient listening and participation. Kublai Shillong for showcasing the beautiful culture, hospitality and whatnot. Kublai Shillong, I am touched. Thank you so much.